Nuli is doing with this chair is testament to say, in Africa we can do innovations, we can implement, we can pursue all this. So let me briefly walk you through what lies ahead, but as I indicated, normally it's all these that are on the program that are going to talk, and we want to believe that everyone is here physically and virtually, so I'm not going to go through it all, but it is a rich and substantive program that we have, and I encourage you to engage fully. You need to ask questions, and as you leave today, you should have a clearer sense of what blockchain is all about and what it is already doing for South African supply chains. As I indicated as well, it's good to learn from other societies or systems. As we learn from here, can we be able to contrast and compare with experiences in other worlds, as I indicated, the developed world, the transitional world, and us here. And in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness today is evidence that South Africa is not observing this revolution from the outside. What we are doing is we are helping to build it. And I want to welcome you once again to this blockchain in supply chains annual media event. And let me wish you a productive, inspiring morning. And as Dimakaso indicated, we are going to leave 2 hours early, and there's a prize, so don't leave. Thank you very much for listening to the opening address.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. Yeah, the arrangements well sorted out. Thank you so much for that, Prof. Another hand for Prof. Gambo for that remarkable opening address, Prof. You know, you mentioned a crucial point, honestly, that I think blockchain, the idea of blockchain is to improve transparency. And in implementing it, we're able to trace all of these issues. But in essence, we have a responsibility as people, you know. No matter how good an ecosystem is, there's a responsibility that rests with the people who use it. So I think going forward, the next time any of us believe we're going to waste bread, we'll remember that voice. So we're not going to be wasting any. Thank you so much, Prof. And I'll just have you know that you've implemented that critical plan. I think all of us are impacted as a society. Another hand of applause for Prof. Gambo. Our next presentation provides an overview of the pioneering work being undertaken through the South Africa and Switzerland Bilateral Chair in Blockchain Technology. It is my pleasure to invite Prof. Nnamdi Nulu, who is also the director for UJ Blockchain, to present on the activities and the impact of the chair. Another hand of applause for Prof.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are we cold? Are we hungry? Or all of the above. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. I would be very briefly presenting a very high-level detail, or presenting the details of the South Africa-Switzerland Bilateral Research Chair in Blockchain Technology. The chair is held by myself, my humble self, and Dr. Luca Mazzola in Switzerland. And then we started in June 2023. And essentially, we have 2 core focus areas, which is to focus on leveraging blockchain technology in agri-food supply chains. And that's the focus of the South African side. And then the Swiss partners focus on blockchain in the pharmaceutical and medical devices supply chains. And then with all of these, we're focusing on education and training, development and coding. We have media events, and this is one of our events. We do a lot of research and innovation. We support startups, both internally in UJ and externally. We do a lot of community engagement, and then we strive to create partnerships and collaborations. This is a picture of the larger team, and this is a picture of Dr. Luca and myself when we do meet, which is not very frequently. The team members, you can go to blockchain.ug@ac.za, so I wouldn't detail everybody, but these are our team members. What I want to mention is that we are very focused on capacity building within our facilitator program, and then within that program, we are also seeking to increase the quantum of ladies in tech, right? So we focus on female South African students, especially in their first and their second year, as a useful pipeline into our chair activities. And then we are 3 years now, so most of the pioneer facilitators have all graduated, and most of them are all working. And now we are currently expanding and increasing that cohort. Education and training, in 2023, we have been learning as we go along. In 2023, we basically used to have DBB, which was essentially providing an interest or an intro into blockchain technology. And now we moved to master classes in 2024. Our facilitators that I mentioned went to Solana Hacker House in London. In 2025, we morphed the program and moved to BACIS, Blockchain AI Cloud Innovation and Startup Summer School, which held last week, late in the year rather, 17th to 21st of November 2025. And then we had a very good outing, and this year we have taken it further, and because the demand has been and the interest has been quite huge, and we're having bi-weekly Saturday classes, and I'm sure some of you have been attending. How many have been attending some of our? Okay, yeah, that's a good number. And then we'll talk about some of the events that we're also trying to push. BACIS, Blockchain AI Cloud Innovation and Startup Summer School, Startup School. This held from 17th to 21st of November 2025. And I'm using this forum to invite you for the 2026 one. It's holding from the 16th to 20th of November 2026. And we are also adding hardware for the first time. Right, so it promises to be great. How many participated in last year's one? How many prize winners? So I think there was a huge cohort of folks that won. So you're invited to join us in this year's event. And then we are launching very shortly short learning programs for blockchain technology at various NQF levels. At NQF level 6, fundamentals of Web 3.0, at NQF level 6, also fundamentals of blockchain technology development. And then for those that might not necessarily be technically inclined, we're also launching the blockchain technology implementation and project management SLPs. All of these, so what we're doing is from this semester, all these tracks will be offered in our Saturday classes, right? So it's typically going to run for 3 hours per week on Saturdays, 3 months, and then you would have a token proving that you participated in the event. So you're welcome to register. We'll send out a call shortly for these 3 SLPs. I also need to add, and Prof. Gumbo is probably aware, we're also at the very last stages of the Masters in Blockchain and Decentralized Applications. And that would be, it's a very long process, so but that would happen in the next year or 2, if we are lucky, right? We're also trying to advance. I did mention now that our facilitators, we have a facilitator program, and they did participate in the Solana Hacker House in London, where they were one of the runners-up. They presented a prototype called Tender Blocks. This year we are expanding it and revamping it, and then we're having a hackathon drive where most of our students are going to participate in several hackathons spread across the globe. I know that they've been meeting, and you're encouraged, if you can, if you want to join, reach out to us, and then we see if it is still possible. Real-world applications, I can go through all of the applications chapter by verse, but if you can also scan this QR code, you would be directed to one of the web links or the videos where we describe some of these applications, and they scan and it spans various areas, food trolley, which we use for UJ food distribution, right, and different tender blocks that I mentioned, facilitators developed, and so many other inventions. For the sake of time, community engagement is also very important to us, and one of our flagship projects is the project we're working on with the Limpopo agro-processors. It is an initiative for agro-processors that are essentially excluded from the formal economy because their produce doesn't have the required nutrient analysis, doesn't have the required food safety, or has not met the required food safety regulations. So we're proposing a shared facility, and then we have gotten firm commitments from the government, and then in a month or two, we should have much more important news to share. We focusing on, from an education and training perspective, we focusing on a structured pipeline, because we discovered now by the time some of our students come to the universities, if they do not have the right background, the learning curve can be a bit steep. So we go out there earlier, right, and then introduce learners to AI and blockchain. And then we are having a competition between all of the schools we have trained this year in a bid to incentivize them and see if they have really actually learned. And then some of the startups we have supported, Big Five. This is now funded by the UNIDO Hub at TTO. And then a couple of our graduates have also led and funded their own startups, and finally, and a couple of others. Media events, this is what we're doing today. Previous years was mainstreaming blockchain. Why is blockchain not in the mainstream? There was a demo day in 2024. Last year we had blockchain in construction. And then we have today's event. I want to especially acknowledge all of our speakers that have been speaking over the years. And we thank you so very much. And then research and publications. In the blockchain space, we have most of these publications that focus on blockchain either as the core focus or within the cohort of other emerging technologies. And then I wouldn't go through all of this again for the sake of time, but you are welcome to search for some of these publications. We currently have a key publication, Blockchain for Sustainable Development, that is going to be out very shortly. And these are a few metrics from a research perspective, and then also from, in terms of capacity building, right? We had over 100 participants at Bakis 2025. This excludes the prior participants in the various master classes and boot camps, right, that we had trained. Impact at a glance, the 4 SLPs have been approved. Several events, there's a drive for hackathon. We're supporting the Limpopo cooperatives, the school outreach, the startup outcomes. And then we have an open source repository where you're able to, in a sense, utilize some of our code and use it for some of the products you want to build. And we have apps that have been built and deployed. And then we have been able to share some of our success stories at various fora. And so we cannot, and Prof. Gumbo mentioned it, we are not existing in a vacuum. I want to appreciate all of our various partners that have been supporting us, and some of them present here, the CSR, the Sandbar Network, and all of our various partners locally and internationally. Where do we see ourselves going? The year is still very young. I know that most people will disagree, but we're going to participate in the hackathon we've been working towards. There's Bakis 2026. The book is still in the works. The MSc, we're still busy with that. And then our cooperative, we're having a mini launch next month, right? We're speaking to the government about scaling the cooperative app to other cooperatives, because the cooperatives have the bad rep, for want of a better word, with the government. And then these are some of the things, for the sake of time, I wouldn't go through all of it, but you can see where we're going to in the next few years. This is where we envisage ourselves going to, that where blockchain essentially is a standard infrastructure in South Africa and perhaps SSA's food, energy, and water systems. So please follow us. This our QR code. We are active on social media, and you can follow all of our activities. Thank you very much.
Ready to be employed. I don't know if you've heard it or not, but sometimes they want you to have 5 years of experience just after graduation. So where are you going to get that? You see? But anyway, I'm just saying. Anyway, if you do want to join us, you can reach out to Ms. Bonolo Moragave or myself. Just find us, have conversations with us. We like you guys a lot. Okay. So that leads me to our next speaker. Who's going to be joining us virtually. I don't know if my team is ready, but we're getting ready for Prof. Dr. Hurst. He's the professor and head of School of International Management at Module University Vienna and research associate at the UCLC.
Currently, they're still fixing the injection for.
Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the green light.
Presentation. Did I keep this out?
Hi, Prof. Hurst.
Hello. Hi.
You may go ahead.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Oh, this is great. Can you also see me on a small window? I just want to know, can you see only the slides or am I also visible?
We'll just make you visible just now.
Oh, okay, it's not necessary. I just want to know. If you only see the slides, it's also fine. And can you see the mouse pointer on the slides?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I needed to know. Then, first of all, excuse me. I dropped something. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here today. And it's really exciting to see what you do. did not watch the full opening address because there were some technical issues, but in the beginning, Professor Gumbo mentioned the size of your faculty, and that's amazing. I'm based in Austria. Our school, our university has about 700 students, so it's way smaller than your faculty. And today I have about 30 minutes, and what I want to do, I want to give you some inspiration, and I decided to divide my presentation into 3 parts. First of all, I want to speak a little bit of the past, and then I want to give you some ideas what's going on now in my opinion. Of course, there's a lot of overlap. And then I also want to talk a little bit about what I think could the future be. So for me, it all started in around 2013, 2014, 2015. I've heard about Bitcoin before, but in those days, I was working in an European technology platform, ETP. So that's a think tank with the idea to improve supply chain management. It was called ALICE, Alliance for Logistics Innovation Through Collaboration in Europe. And that was the first time I heard about blockchain in supply chain management. And think about it, that was 11 years ago. It's a long time, and they said, oh, blockchain is going to revolutionize supply chain management. And I thought, oh, it's a great idea. And I was lucky enough to publish some early papers in the field which gave me some visibility. And normally what happens after 2 or 3 years, the technology has fully diffused, and then I need to search for a new topic. But it's not the case here, and I'll give you some ideas why it hasn't happened, but it doesn't mean that it's not important. Quite on the contrary, the technology is super useful, especially for supply chain management. And I've seen some very interesting presentations today that will show you how you can apply it. My presentation is more on the overview level. So first of all, what's very important to realize that there are different types of blockchain. I assume we have an academic audience here, and most of you know, but on a high level, you can differentiate between the ability to read. Is everybody allowed? Then we have a public blockchain. If readability is limited, then we have a private blockchain. And the other axis is about who has the right to write or validate. And there we have permissionless blockchains and permission blockchains. Of course, there are many more differentiating factors. For example, how much throughput do you have? How many transactions can you process? How much does it cost? How stable is the network? And so on and so on. So the point here is there is not one single blockchain. And over the years, there have been many growing pains, so to speak. Some projects have not succeeded, actually many of those, and some of the big ones. And the one project I was following closely was the big one from IBM and Maersk to create a blockchain-based supply chain, because that was really huge, and with a lot of industry partners involved. And you can see up here, it started somewhere in 2017 to getting shape, and for me it was exciting because that was my research topic, and I wanted that the industry picks up with those issues. And so 2017, it will be done by the end of 2017. So in half a year we're going to be there. In 2018, 1 year later, there were newspaper articles, there were struggles to find partners. I heard some inside information what was going on, but I was not officially involved, so I was not really sure what was really happening. Why did they have problems? Because blockchain seems so obvious. Okay, then let's move forward. 2020, 2 years later, okay, it's taking shape again, so companies are signing up, and now we're getting running, right? And 2022, after more than 5 years, they're giving up. And why is it the case? So was it blockchain? And if you go to this side, and by the way, you can have my slides, and I included all the links. If you go to this side from digitalized trade, you will find a really good post-mortem analysis. What has happened? Why didn't they succeed? And I highlighted some issues here. For example, it says, TradeLens e-bills of lading offering couldn't eliminate paper-based processes. This is one of the main promises of blockchain. It's all being done on-chain, it's electronic, you don't have much paperwork involved. It didn't happen. Another very big issue. The perception remained that TradeLens was a Maersk offering, one of the big players in the field, and the shipping industry didn't have the appetite for sharing confidential data with a competitor. And at the same time, I was involved in a huge supply chain project with the industry. It was about the physical internet, which is a comprehensive concept. And we had the same issues. All the small and medium-sized enterprises said, oh, it's a great idea, I want to participate, I want to participate. But of course, I'm not going to give you any data of mine. So that's not a technical issue, it's not a data sharing issue, it's a trust issue. And they also have on the website a suggestion, so it might be better to have used permission public blockchains because most likely it's a better way to employ them rather than a private blockchain that's controlled by a big industry partner. So it's not a technical failure, it wasn't a blockchain failure, it was just the idea that a huge industry giant uses blockchain to control other participants rather than creating a peer-to-peer system. So let's move on. After the initial hype, there was the huge blockchain winter, and to some extent it's still ongoing. And I'm going to use a couple of examples here that I also found in today's presentations. I'm not giving everything away, but the way for me to look at this technology and all technologies in general is to have a couple of layers. And for me, the bottom layer with blockchain is the technology itself. So for example, we have different consensus mechanisms. I guess most of you know proof of work, where you need to burn energy to validate transactions, or proof of stake, where you have to stake some money. And of course, blockchains can change. Ethereum changed from proof of work to proof of stake. That means they're using much less energy now, but of course there are other trade-offs. So I'm not saying that it's better, but it's definitely different. And we have asymmetric cryptography, and it's constantly evolving. Some people will tell you, oh, okay, quantum computing is going to break cryptography, but there's already quantum secure cryptography in development. But that's a technical layer. And based on the technology, based on the technology, you have some emerging properties. And in the case of supply chain management, of course, it's highly important to have something like immutability, because you want to make sure that your data has not been changed. That gives you some kind of security. And we have decentralization and shared data access. In supply chain, that would mean that all the partners in the chain have access to the same data in real time, and they can trust the data. And you can program some applications on top. That's the second layer, that's the properties. And finally, we have the use cases. For example, tracking and tracing. And if you want to implement a use case, that has to come top-down from some kind of top-level management. They need to say, we need this for our supply chain. And then you have some managers who understand blockchain, not the technical details, but the concept, and they say, oh, blockchain is the right solution because we can deliver immutability and shared data access. And then you have the engineers that need to implement it. So the idea is not just to implement blockchain for blockchain's sake, but you need to have a use case first that makes sense. And then you can find the appropriate solution. And with some technologies, it's the case that you have a huge first mover effect. That means the one company that is able to exploit the technology to the fullest gains more and more money and becomes bigger and bigger. But it didn't happen with blockchain. And some of the very early examples are not operating anymore. And for me, one of the core examples is Everledger. That was the blockchain solution for tracing diamonds. To me, it was very fascinating to learn that diamonds have so many attributes and they can be put on blockchain, and you can make sure that they are mined in a sustainable manner. But apparently, they are not operating anymore. So I have not heard from them in a long time, and it seems to me that they are kind of liquid. And there is a tracing solution now by a huge industry giant, De Beers, and sometimes it could be the case that the second mover gains the advantage because they have time to see how the technology evolves, and they can gain experience with it while it's being developed. And I hope I'm not taking away too much, but I looked at the program today, which is very exciting, and there's also a presentation today by Dr. Richmore Dondofima, and I watched the video. It's about farm-to-fork application using blockchain for poultry farmers, and it's a 5-minute video on YouTube. And the interesting thing for me is that After 3 minutes and 7 seconds, it was the first time that he mentions blockchain for security purposes. And to me, it makes a lot of sense because the technology in many cases is now moving to the background. I know big companies such as Walmart or FedEx that have been using technology for a long time. Especially FedEx, if you watch videos from Dale Christie, he talks about changing business models, trust, and all those kind of topics. So blockchain is just a facilitator. And it's the same here. The point is not to create a blockchain solution. The point is to create a solution that ensures traceability in the supply chain, and blockchain is a tool to ensure that. And also, I found on the internet an article that was just posted yesterday. It was from Julian Cancheri, who is going to be the next speaker after me. And the headline is Blockchain Beyond Bitcoin and Crypto, the case for a trust registry. And that reminded me to the situation 10 years ago, where I always had to explain what's the difference between Bitcoin and blockchain, and the terminology is still tainted. Many people associate blockchain in general with Bitcoin and energy use or energy waste whatsoever, because the awareness is still missing. It's not only in South Africa, it's the same here in Austria. 2 or 3 years ago, I was invited to give a keynote presentation to a logistics company, a huge one, and they didn't know anything about blockchain. And the first question that always came up is, doesn't it use a lot of energy? So there's still a lot of work to do, and I mentioned in the beginning, I thought that after 2 or 3 years the technology will be widespread, but it's not the case, but it's up to us to work on it and to find the right solutions. And I also talked to Ansel before, and I'm looking forward to his presentation. And he's talking about wine ledger. Again, I don't want to give anything away, but I also looked at the website, and it makes a lot of sense to track and trace wine. And I was interested how they are doing it, and later on I will learn more. It's by scanning the fingerprint of each bottle. I created a tokenized solution for a children's hospital for donations, and you might say this has nothing to do with supply chain management. But the moment something is on chain, it's being tokenized. It's just data. It doesn't really matter if it's a tokenized painting from a children or it's a tokenized wine bottle. So my solution that I created 5 years ago is working fine, but nobody's using it. It's end consumer. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And I just wanted to point out one thing just to inspire you, because my idea is not only to tell you what's out there, but also to give you some inspiration. In the case of wine bottles, I assume that each bottle is decked, and I think that's something you can do with wine bottles because they have a cork, and I assume you can properly seal them. But there are many products out there that are not so easy to, how to say, track and trace, because in the case of apples, for example, you can exchange them, or one of the most adulterated products, for example, is olive oil. And so in 2018, I met the CEO of a company here in Austria that's called Imprint Analytics, and he was talking about isotope analysis. And I thought that it might be a great idea to combine this with blockchain technology. Isotope analysis means you're taking a sample of a product. It could be any product. It could be olive oil, it could be apples, it could be salmon, whatever you like. And then you have your tracking and tracing on blockchain. And finally, when the product has arrived at the final destination, then you can take some samples again, just to be on the safe side. Nobody has exchanged the product, let's say, in the bottles. And thereby, you would solve the problem that you can only track and trace bottles or containers. And this is something that's still out there. We applied for funding during blockchain winter for this project, but we didn't get it. But if anyone out there is interested and you're saying, oh, I have a functioning blockchain and I want to take it one step further, reach out to them or reach out to me. So AI was mentioned before. Of course, it's the elephant in the room, but there are a couple of technologies now that are currently disrupting every kind of business, basically. So it's blockchain, it's AI. I also would include robotics for supply chain management, because if you go to the industry, it's crazy what's going on in logistics, how much handling is being automated. And we need the Internet of Things for sending and receiving data. And all these technologies play together. So if you want to really be an expert in supply chain management, you should follow all these technologies and think about ways how you can combine them to improve the impact. So this is a picture I took from an academic paper from Daniels et al. And here you can see how they play together. You have all those steps along the supply chain. I took a construction supply chain because I know that's something you're also working on at UJ. And you have basically the blockchain for data storage, but you need Internet of Things to get the information. For example, in the cold supply chain, in agri-food, you need to make sure that the cooling cycle has not been disrupted. That's something a former student of mine is working on. And finally, you need AI for analyzing the information, because blockchain by default doesn't really get some knowledge out of that. So the technologies, they go together. And the future for me would be something more comprehensive. So let me give you some ideas of what I think could be a feasible lens to look at future developments. And in order to do that, I'm going to step back to a book that was published in 2005 by Dee Hock, who was the founder of Visa. And the content of the book is basically about his experience of setting up Visa in the 1970s. And he termed a word that's called chaotic. So it's a mix between chaos and order. And he said he needed chaotic structures to be able that so many companies that are basically competitors in the field work together. So you needed some kind of order in the system to create a shared payment system, but you also have chaos because you cannot control these companies. And for me, that's a way at looking at our economy or at looking at supply chains. And what you see here at Waterdrops, so we have those different forces also in nature. If you only have gravity and water drops are falling on a glass plate, then you would get a thin film of water, evenly shared. But there is a second force, which is surface tension, which keeps the water drops together. And those two forces, they are working in different directions. So you have gravity and tension. And that's why you create patterns like that. And in supply chain management or in economics in general, those forces are working against each other, I would say. We have one ordered structure, so self-organization, predictability, structure stability. I guess you have this in many army departments or in the government where you don't have that much organization, but you reorganization, but you need to rely on existing structures. And then you have some kind of chaos, which doesn't have to be negative. You can also say disorder, but it could also mean you're getting some kind of innovation, something that's not predictable, and you're creating turbulences, often that comes from the outside. And I authored a paper on that, and the background story of that paper is that I got an invitation for a book, and the editor, Melanie Swan, was asking me to come up with a new idea for the blockchain space, and at the same time I was coincidentally reading the book from Dee Hock, and at one point in time I said, wait a second, that's exactly what I was looking for. We have order, which is blockchain, and then we have chaos, which is AI, because we have hallucinations and unpredictability. But then I thought about it some more, and I figured out it's actually not true. Blockchain is creating some order, but also some chaos, and AI is doing the same thing. So if we look at it, we can say AI, and I'm also talking about, mostly talking about now generative AI. It creates some chaos, but not in a negative sense. It can give you some novel and unexpected output, something new. It could be hallucination, it could be false, but it could also be something creative and new. And you can use it in complex environments where you need to search for new patterns, and it can deal with probabilistic outcomes. So it can create chaos, but that also means it can create innovation. But AI can also give you some kind of order. And now I'm not only talking about generative AI, but also about those traditional machine learning models that have been used, for example, in agriculture since, I think, the 1990s. You have precision agriculture, you have computer vision that can be used for fertilizing fields and all the kind of stuff. That is also AI. And it gives you some structured processes. It allows you to use fertilizer more efficiently and so on. You can make better decisions based on AI. You can use it for monitoring, compliance, and control. And you can use different kind of data sources and structure them. So AI can, at the same time, create some chaos and some order. And blockchain can do the same thing. Of course, let's start with the right side. If you think about order, the first thing when you think about blockchain is most likely it's standardized. You have all these blocks. The data cannot be changed anymore. They are immutable. You have all these smart contracts which are deterministic, meaning they always yield the same results. You have a consensus mechanism, so it's clearly defined who is going to make the final decision, things like that. That's very ordered. But at the same time, blockchain also creates some kind of chaos. We have this huge complexity and it's fragmented. We have different blockchains. We need to think about how they interoperate. We have a lot of redundancy, which is in the very nature of blockchain. We have decentralized structures. So especially in public blockchains, it could be the case that you have malicious actors. So it's not all completely secure, and especially depending on the blockchain that you're going to use. And there can be conflicts between existing orders and new orders. So what I see in the future is that companies need to go to a state of chaotic resilience, which is at the corner of my figure here, which is a work in process. So that's not an orderly state where you would say, all the structures are in place, because in many cases that doesn't make sense in today's environment. Because just think about what has happened in recent years. All these disruptions. We had COVID, we had unfortunately wars, we had the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. And in the past we were preaching, for example, lean management, having small inventories, and all these things work fine if you have everything working like business as usual. But if disruptions happen, and if companies didn't expect them, then a very lean management without any inventories can backfire because you're running out of stock. So in today's environment, you need to find some kind of resilience that adapts to chaotic situations. And the layer here, the green one, is what companies can do. And this is where blockchain comes into play and where AI comes into play. You need to apply these technologies so they suit your business models. And later today, we will hear examples in which this is the case. And finally, we have the environmental layer, which is the layer that you cannot control. So it could be the case there is some kind of economic catastrophe, supply chains are breaking down because of natural disasters, because of wars and all these kind of external events. And companies need to think about what if something happens? How can we create this state of chaotic resilience? Which brings me to my last slide. I put it all in one slide for supply chain, and it's totally convoluted, but it's still an oversimplification. I once worked in a project for a company in the automotive industry, and they had about, I think, 3,000 suppliers. And just think about how a network would look with 3,000 suppliers and how complex that would be. And this is more like a schema. So here in the middle you have the supply chain going from the suppliers to the end consumers. And then we have all these enabling technologies. We have the Internet of Things, blockchain, AI. Of course, there might also be digital twins, robotics. They all come into play. And the core issue, what's interesting for us in this is information. How can we make the best out of the information? And how can we care for an environment that has increasing market volatility, where we have these disruptions, where we have natural disasters, where we have geopolitical risks such as wars? There could be regulation, especially when it comes to blockchain. There's always something going on when it comes to legal issues. And of course, technology is involving. And how can we apply these technologies so we can follow our chaotic principles? How can we create a sufficient amount of resilience? How much do we need to centralize? How much do we need to decentralize? And on a lower level, that would mean we need to make decisions about technology. Which kind of AI models are we going to use? Or in our case, for this conference, which kind of blockchain are we use and how can it help us? Okay, that was a very short travel in time, starting in the past, how I came across the topic from going to the present and what I see as the future. And as students or researchers, there's plenty of work in here because those are the topics that will shape our lives in the next decades. If you want to reach out to me, here you have contact information. Of course, yeah, you can have the slides, and I would recommend that you also check out some of the sources which are included because there's lots of interesting material out there. To all the students in the room, I congratulate you on studying an interesting topic like that, and I'm pretty sure you will find good jobs on the market as soon as you graduate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Hurst. I would please ask that you keep Prof. Hurst for our question and answers. So thank you so much, Prof. Hurst, for that remarkable keynote. I think you've brought such an important balance between the past and the future of blockchain, you know? So I think we're going to go into our question and answer session. So if you do have questions yes, can I have a moderator, please? Can you Mr. Anthony with a mic? Here's question number 1 here. Yes, please.
First and foremost, good day, everyone, once again. I must say it is indeed an honor to be in your presence. Let me jump straight into the question. So my question derives from the saying, planting a tree and not expecting the tree to benefit you, but rather the next generation, in a sense where the fruits and the shade of it does more than just satisfy that generation, but rather, as Prof said, satisfying one's desires of reaching out to the youth. So my question today is, Prof, from your point of view, in terms of propelling our vision as well as our next Victorians, with regards to chaos and order, which category would you categorize us currently at our point in time? And may I please have your reason for it?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, by the way. I would say we're now moving in a state that's more chaotic for 2 reasons. If you think about what has happened in past decades, I mean, you're much younger than I am. Technology has changed a lot. Supply chains are way more complicated than they used to be. You know, if you think back 100 years ago, many more things were local. We are now much more dependent on supply chains that are spanning worldwide companies. And we have seen this in the COVID crisis over in the Channel of Suez was blocked. How one event in one part of the world affects the whole supply chains. So technology dependence has made us more vulnerable. And now combine this with external events, for example, geopolitical crisis or things like COVID. And if you have those 2 things coming together, it's like nitro and glycerin. So you have a very explosive cocktail. So I would say we are in a way more chaotic situation than we used to be because it's no more local. And talking about technologies, the one thing I hope it's never going to happen is a sunstorm that wipes out a lot of electronics. Then you would see how dependent we are. And again, I'm knocking on wood here, it's not going to happen. This is something 200 or 300 years ago, before electricity, not a big deal. But nowadays, we are way more vulnerable, and we have to prepare ourselves. So I would say we're moving in a state that could be more chaotic, but we need to anticipate that, and we need to work on that. And we need to be prepared, and that's why we need to create chaotic resilience.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. I just wanted to add, by using an example in the banking system, I agree with you very well, Prof. For example, you see how the customer is being targeted by those who are busy with phishing, and it means the IT expert within a bank doesn't have time to relax. There's no time really to chill, because anytime either they hit the bank itself or they hit the bank through the customer. So the more sophisticated we are, the more chaotic, you get the point, the world becomes. But otherwise, like what Prof is saying, we have to be ahead of things. But those who are involved in phishing, really, they don't sleep as well. And they have so many targets. So that brings in chaos. So we need that chaotic resilience. Thank you very much. I just want to use the banking system. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, that's a good example, because nowadays those who are involved in phishing, of course, they don't need to sleep anymore, because you can use AI bots for doing that. And that's very critical nowadays. And honestly, I always had a huge admiration for IT administrators, because in many cases they had a 24/7 job, not only in the finance industry, but also in other institutions. And this is getting more and more critical. And I'm sure you have heard an example of an AI model breaking out last week and attacking some, I think it was Hugging Face, the website. And so AI can be used for finding vulnerabilities, but AI can also be used for attacking IT systems. And this is another big driver for having systems that are more chaotic.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? Oh, we have another one there.
Hi, everyone. Trust that you're all having a good morning. My name is Amanda. I am a second year in civil engineering. So in engineering, we hear a lot about sustainability, right? Which is basically like developing our present without like messing up the future or anything like that. So I haven't really been exposed to the blockchain conversation for that long. So I'm just curious, many infrastructure projects report sustainability achievements such as water losses or lower carbon emissions. So I just wanted to know if blockchain could be could provide a trusted and tamper-proof way to verify these claims, and are there any real-world examples where these has been implemented? Thank you.
First of all, that's an excellent question, because many people associate blockchain with energy waste because of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is basically the only blockchain that needs that much energy for being created. But it's funny that you raised the issue, because now we have 2026. I think it was 9 years ago, I was invited to Amsterdam to give a presentation on blockchain's use for sustainability, and there are really hundreds of use cases. And the one I remember I reported there was the cleaning up of a river in Nigeria. I guess I mentioned Nigeria. You mentioned Nigeria before. And you can use blockchain technologies, first of all, to pay out people who are doing the cleaning up, but also to record the progress. And again, blockchain by itself will not create any sustainability, but it can be used for have any claims about doing something that's sustainable. If you have any measurements, then you can put it on blockchain, you can give it a timestamp, and you get credibility. And a very commonly used example is those of CO2 trading, where you can basically reduce CO2 output or trade some certificates, and you can use blockchain to really prove that you did something that's sustainable. And of course, there are many sustainability goals. I'm not sure if this is going to be mentioned today, but I also know somebody who is working on a project to benefit small farmers in small communities. So to get rid of the intermediaries that exploit farmers and to make sure that they're getting paid better. He's doing that in South America, but there are initiatives like that all over the world. And this is also part of the sustainability movement. This is social sustainability and not environmental sustainability. But this is an excellent question. That's a huge field, and if you search a little bit online, then you will find, I think, dozens or hundreds of examples.
Thank you so much for that. We have another question right next to her.
Morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for a lovely presentation. So you mentioned something about asymmetric cryptocurrency, and I want cryptography, sorry. So I wanted to ask, with it continually developing, like how are current platforms that are existing balancing data privacy as well as transparency that's required for like tracking and tracing and all of that? Like how is the balance maintained? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. How much time do I have? How many hours?
This is the last question, Prof.
Yeah, sure. No. I was just kidding because this is a very important and super interesting topic because there are some types of cryptography that will be impacted by quantum computing and others not. And even in the case of Bitcoin, we are talking about different hashing algorithms. It's not only one that's being used, but as far as I know, two, and you need asymmetric cryptography in different variations to create signatures, and some of those, procedures can be attacked, but newer ones cannot be. So there needs to be a transition in the case of Bitcoin. In other blockchains, this is not so much of a topic if you have some kind of permission blockchain. If you have even a private blockchain, which might not be the best solution, then you don't have these issues at all. So to raise the question how dangerous quantum computing is, we need to look at a specific question, a specific blockchain, and then we need to see what kind of technology it is using now, how easy it would be to change that, and what kind of options we have. But I think this can be solved for all kinds of blockchains. And again, a blockchain like, let's say, Hedera is not really comparable with what Bitcoin is using. For me, that's not an issue that causes me sleepless nights because I can see there will be solutions for that. And I think there was a second part in your question about data integrity or so, and all of that depends on cryptography. But once more, look at the newest developments, and for some blockchains that's easier. If you have a consortium blockchain, for example, like Hedera, they can easily or more easily update or change the foundations than it might be the case with Bitcoin, because you also have so many anonymous users. But this is something the engineers need to be aware of. It's the lowest level of the pyramid that I showed you, and trust me, people are working on that. But of course, with AI, the speed has gone up, so that's a little bit tricky. But yeah, it's a very comprehensive question, and we need to have a couple of cryptographers in the room to discuss this one.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your time. Thank you. Thank
thank
you so much to everyone who is engaged. A round of applause for Prof. I think you've shifted us into such an important direction, you know, the blessing that comes with improved technologies. We cannot take that for granted, but there's also so much responsibility for us to adapt to the uncertainties that come with that improvement. So thank you again, Prof. For those who still have questions, you can write them down. We'll try and get them to Prof. We'll try and get them answered. But we have to move along, so thank you, Prof.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
I'm going to answer any question. If you like to have a presentation, then you can also have it. And if anyone wants to connect, just reach out to me. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. So we're going to be moving right along to our next speaker. You can clap for Prof if you want to. Don't let me spoil it. Our next speaker presents one of South Africa's leading research institutions. So please help me join and welcome Mr. Julian Kanjere, who's the Senior Blockchain Specialist at the CSIR Center for Robotics and Future Production. He will be presenting on CSIR's blockchain strategy for trust in supply chain. A round of applause for Mr. Kanjere.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Please. Thank you. Okay, right. So if I just press next, will that work? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Prof, thank you for the invitation to be here. And to the speakers that have gone past as well, thank you for the insightful presentations. So my name is Julian Kanjere. Today I'm going to be sharing how we look at blockchain as a trust foundation in supply chains. And this is within the Center for Robotics and Future Production at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Pretoria. So this is work that I facilitate together with my colleague, Meryl Ford, who is not here, but probably has joined online. I think before I start, maybe just worth mentioning that at the CSIR, if this is your first time hearing about the CSIR, what we are is a research institution. I like to say that we are between academia and industry, so we sort of are in that middle space where we do some research as well as some applied innovation as well. Within the blockchain space, there are different research groups that will be working on different aspects, so whether that's identity, cryptocurrency, and so forth. And today I'm going to be speaking mainly around the supply chain side of things. Okay, so I think our vision is to try and enable industry to easily and cost-effectively use blockchain as a trust anchor within South African and African contexts. I think some of the presentations that have already gone have laid the foundation of blockchain within supply chains as giving us this sort of trust bed or trusted data where these different stakeholders can have a view of a single source of truth and have some coordination. Within the Center for Robotics and Future Production, we are looking within the manufacturing sector, within the automotive, agriculture, mining, and medical. And my colleague here, Dr. Richmore, will speak a bit more about Elima, which is within the agricultural side of things. Okay, so how we go about this is we are trying to develop tools, resources, and platforms and shared infrastructure to basically try and lower the barrier to entry. I think if we look at the previous presentation that looked at the past of blockchain and some of the failures that have been seen, it hasn't necessarily been a failure of the technology, but sometimes it's been a failure of the coordination and so forth. And so for us, we then look at this and say, how can we try and minimize or de-risk such blockchain initiatives within industry? How can we also lower the barrier to entry? Because I think if we look at the example that was given, there was IBM and Maersk. Those are big global companies with budgets that allow them to be able to experiment with the technology. And so what then is the case for SMEs? What is the case for academia where they don't necessarily have these budgets? How can we then try and help lower the sort of barrier to entry? So we look at this from two main lenses. The one is R&D and innovation. So can we collaborate with academia? Can we collaborate, work on emerging concepts, proof of concepts? Can we have applied solutions to industry? Again, Elima, which is the next presentation, is an example of that. And then the other side is the application, implementation, and commercialization side of it. And later on, I will be talking about some of the work that we've done with a platform called Block API, which is a blockchain as a service platform. Again, I think the last presentation, there was a pyramid of sort of looking at blockchain and these different technologies that maybe can come into play as well. We resonate with that view as well, where we sort of look at this, these different emerging digital technologies that are emerging. So whether that's robotics, whether that's AI, and so forth. And we look at blockchain as being the foundational layer, the layer right at the bottom that is providing trust within these sort of infrastructure setups. I think one of the questions that just came up was about CO2 or sort of emissions tracking. How can you report on this? Again, we would sort of look at blockchain as being the bottom layer within such a system for sustainability reporting and so forth. Maybe what's worth mentioning is what blockchain will give us is the integrity that this data has not been tampered with, or this claim, the integrity for the claim that you're making. But there is still a requirement for checks and balances to make sure that the data that is going into the blockchain is truthful to begin with. And so blockchain is not necessarily going to solve for that. And again, I think this slide is just showing that blockchain in and of itself is a piece of the puzzle. It's not the entire view, right? It fits into these sort of existing setups. I think on this slide as well, what's worth mentioning is we sort of think as blockchain is not coming in to replace existing systems, but to sort of slot in and complement existing systems and just provide additional integrity or trust as that might be required. And so I think one of the core innovations that we've worked on over the last sort of 2 years is what we call Block API, blockchain as a service. And the gap that we saw for this was a need for a low-risk, affordable, and sovereign blockchain anchor to basically support trusted data in supply chains. What we mean by low risk, I think I've spoken about that earlier, is how can we allow SMEs, academia, and industry to be able to participate and use this technology without the sort of heavy upfront CapEx expenditure that maybe an IBM and Maersk would have. And I think one of the topical ideas at the moment or concepts especially with AI and data centers and so forth, is this need for data sovereignty to say, how can you ensure that data that's used for AI within a South African context is kept in South Africa, is stored on South African data centers and so forth. And we think about the same in terms of sort of these digital infrastructure tools or this digital public infrastructure to say, if we are using this data within a South African context as much as possible, let's have this hosted on South African infrastructure. I think the idea long term would be, I mean, this is sort of an ideal perhaps would be to maybe have some coordinated blockchain platform at a national level or at a continental level. But admittedly, that maybe will take a bit more effort to achieve. I don't think it's a technology problem, probably more of a coordination problem. So where we see this blockchain as a service platform sort of fitting in is manufacturing, is energy, engineering, mining, agriculture, sort of the medical space and cold chain track and trace, in automotive for product passports and so forth. Now, unfortunately, these slides have gone up onto Google Drive, so they seem to the headers seem to be a little bit out of sync. But I think I'll just briefly talk about some of the specific use cases that we've looked at. We've looked at blockchain in supply chain, in the agri-supply chain, which Dr. Richmore will speak about when he speaks about Elima. We're sort of looking at blockchain for lab management. So these would be lab management systems where you are taking samples of a specific product and reporting on that, and how do you provide integrity for this. A lot of that reporting currently maybe happens through an LMS and then it's exported into Excel, but we are saying how can we add just this additional layer of verification. Blockchain in cold chain, this would be an example of transporting vaccinations or transporting medical specimen from let's say a clinic all the way to a diagnostic facility. How do we ensure that the conditions that need to be maintained during this transportation are met? And then as well as blockchain for product passports. This would be maybe similar to the previous talk where there was the mention of blockchain for diamond traceability. So that would be maybe an example of a product passport to say this diamond, where is it coming from? Was it ethically sourced? And so forth. So maybe another look at this Block API platform is to say, can we have a blockchain as a service platform that's accessible via the cloud that allows different organizations to be able to connect to this and not have to spin up their own infrastructure? Can we have the data secure and locally stored as much as possible? And crucially, can it slot into existing systems without replacing them? That's sort of been the driver and the foundation for this Block API, blockchain as a service platform. Maybe just coming back to here, when we speak about multi-tenancy, what we've done is we've done some work with academia, with universities, where they have research projects they use to develop this. We've used it in applications. Again, I'll reference Elima, which is the agri-supply chain app for poultry. We've used this in measuring emissions within a production floor at a aluminium production facility. And that's just basically to try and show how we can support different tenants in different contexts, but with this sort of universal theme of, can we provide a trust layer within the supply chain? Okay, I think I have spoken a bit about this already, that often, one of our realizations from different implementations we've worked on and so forth is that we don't have a technology problem. The technology exists. We can train developers and engineers to work on these solutions, but perhaps the issue is more on the management buy-in for solutions. The issue is more around integrating with existing systems and so forth. And whilst it's necessary for us to be able to train and build capacity, we also need to be thinking about how do we address these other issues. A personal view that I hold is that all innovation is political, and what that is just suggesting is that from a technology point of view, like, a lot of problems can be solved. I think in the previous session there was a mention of the risk of quantum computing breaking some of our cryptography protocols. Like, from a research point of view, we have reasonable confidence that this will be solved. So from a technology point of view, whilst we are not yet there, there's a high probability that this will be solved. And so for us, the focus is to then start to think about how do you address the other factors that lead to technology failure. So that's maybe your cost of implementation, your integration, and so forth, which I'm just encapsulating in this innovation is sometimes political. How do we get the buy-in for this? Okay, I'm going to skip over this in the interest of time, but maybe just speak a little bit about how Block API works under the hood. So we have different data sources. So again, that could be in a emissions monitoring point of view, where you maybe have data coming from IoT sensors, or within vaccine transportation, you have data coming from IoT sensors, or you could have data coming from an ERP system or an accounting system that feeds into this Block API platform via an API, and we store a hash of that data on the blockchain. There would typically be a visualization that a developer would need to have to represent that record that's anchored on the blockchain. Okay. Again, this would be maybe a view of another view of what I've just described, where at the base layer we've got some data that's coming into the system. That data is then stored within a repository that we manage, as well as a hash onto the blockchain. And then after that, you then typically would have your dashboards and reporting that has a link to data that's trusted within the blockchain. And typically this would then be viewable across the different stakeholders within a supply chain. Okay, I'm going to skip over this in the interest of time. I think maybe just to sort of wrap it up, I think outside of the Block API implementation, we've then also got a bit of research that we've put out there. So we've put out a paper on how we've designed this Block API platform. We've put out a paper on this concept of product passports and how that could be used in the automotive industry, as well as the cold chain track and trace, how you can use IoT and blockchain together. And more recently, we've put out a paper on some hybrid credential management using blockchain, inspiration from self-sovereign identity. So I think I'll land it here. I hope that's landed reasonably well. It's always a key balance to try and communicate something that's technical, but also within a business context. But I believe that that the audience here would have found that very useful. Okay, thank you very much. I'll take any questions, if any.
Taking some questions. Okay, we're gonna take one question. One.
Good day once again, sir. I must say, job well done, especially when it comes to the integration of the technology that you have been experiencing and expressing. So my question is relating to the carbon emissions. Carbon emissions, just a quick breakdown. With my experience, it has been quite life-changing. Let's the people know that with carbon emissions, you can actually get reduction from your tax, etc. With that being said, my question today is, with regards to positioning and presentation, what you have been struggling with, as you have mentioned, with getting a buy-in, would you say that time being the most important commodity, and as you said, all innovation is political, and with my belief constant being the only change, and change being the only constant, my question today is, with all innovation being political, what aspect have you applied that into your research?
Yeah, so the question is, that's a good question. Has this guy been paid to ask all the questions? Yeah, so I think our approach has been, I think I'll again speak maybe from a personal experience, that in earlier years, the question was, do we have the technical ability to build these solutions, right? So it was sort of a quest to try and prove that, yes, we can build solutions that compete with solutions that are available globally. But I think over time, that question has largely been answered for myself, and just from sort of evidence and seeing some of the innovation that's coming out of South Africa, right? I'll even maybe give an example of, let's say, that's not related to this event as such, but let's say like an example like Mixit, which would have been somewhat a parallel for WhatsApp, but perhaps was just ahead of its time. But this is testament to the fact that we do have the technical capability within South Africa and within the continent. So our approach is then actually, how do you rather speak to decision makers, right? So decision makers, policy makers, speak with government and so forth to try and have a bit of a coordinated approach to rolling out such a solution. So we'll typically maybe work with an industry partner, for example, with the emissions tracking. We've done a pilot with an aluminium producer in Midrand. We've then sort of done a write-up and a paper on this, and then we use that as sort of a point of evidence for what the technology can do and so forth, and use that to then engage with the broader industry, with sort of your industry bodies and so forth, to try and then drive adoption, and also maybe just try and sort of work with regulators, because I think if we look at, say, carbon emissions and sort of legislation like CBAM that's coming into play, I think there will be a big push from a regulatory point of view to try and get that through. And so that's sort of our approach, not so much just focusing on the technology, but actually the non-technical aspects of it. Because for me, the technology is always going to be solved. If we need developers, we can come to Prof and say, Prof, we need developers to come in and do this. So that part for any problem, I'm reasonably confident we can solve. It's more, let's engage with the decision makers, the stakeholders, to see this through. Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Julian, for the brilliant presentation. Talking about the buy-in, political will and all that, what will maybe make politicians and the regulators honestly believe in the African child? Because honestly, even where we are adopting technologies from our side and try to implement it, it really takes a long time, and sometimes really don't get to realize maybe approvals. For example, let me give an example of our 3D printing. We talked about 3D printing. We have a classic example and a prototype already within the University of Johannesburg, and it's the only one we have, I think, in the country. We have already a building 4-roomed house at DFC there, and we have even demonstrated that we can use Eskom's ash to really, in a way, produce products, and they are there. But now I've been talking about regulators, for example, Agrima SA, and really it's taking time. And I'm sure even DSTI that has been funding, because the machine itself is very expensive. It came from our side, but we've produced the product and we can roll it out. If just to speak to the maybe civil engineering students as well, a lot could be done in terms of tracing and tracking and tracing, and in the built environment, and in housing and all that. But we're saying, how can we get really to accept, like we're saying, the fact that we've demonstrated that we can produce something new, and as well we can even adopt and demonstrate as well that we can use the technology from outside to improve our circumstances in the African continent. I don't know, honestly, where are we missing the point exactly? Politically, I think, for example, you said you're in between university and industry. We are pushing I'll say, the innovations as well, together with you guys, and we are presenting that to the government, to the regulators, and here we are. If you look at for example, the housing deficiencies that we have, I think they run into millions, but we're saying we can produce a house within a very short space in terms of time and all that, even in terms of design and all that. So I don't know, we could be here, we're talking about, of course, we have good examples that are going to be demonstrated, but to what extent do we have the impact? We're talking about societal impact if there's no buy-in, willingness and all that. But at the same time, we use the resources to demonstrate. I don't know.
Prof, to be honest, I'm just going to take a bit of a gamble here. And based off, as you were speaking, I thought of an acronym. And the acronym states, matter of fact, I thought of it right now. So let's stick to the basics. How we gain buy-ins. Something as simple as making it relatable, number one, conducive. It's more than just mentioning the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, but rather, it's more than just solving the problem, but having the people that we're solving problems for not just benefit, but also learn that this problem is for me to solve on my own. So in a sense where you're not just giving a man fish, you're teaching them how to fish. I think our narrative has always been from a taking point, in a sense that an African child has always been engraved with that systematic approach of not learning the basics of building accurate, specific, interactive, concise services within their own household. Charity beginning at home. So in basic standards, excuse the pun, what I mean is, before asking for the buy-in, why not have an aggressive approach of showing a reason of why it should be bought in? I don't know if you get me, Prof.
Yeah, no, we don't want really to keep you waiting. But I was saying DSTI is involved, the university is involved, and maybe CSIR And really we've demonstrated, but here we have government, other maybe sections of government and the regulators really still saying we are looking into it up until when. But government money has been used. The research institutes, they are also involved. And the prototype is there. And we have had even, you know that ministers coming to to view and all that. Yeah, you get the point. So the need is there because we need so many millions of housing in South Africa and beyond. And we have the technology. But it can be approved to move on so that we can do mass production. But DFC, just come and say a 3D printed house. It's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Jiga.
No. I mean, I think for me, we do at least have consensus that it's probably like a buy-in. It's not an implementation or technology issue, and I'm hoping that maybe in the discussions that follow that we maybe can find ways to get to the decision makers and to get to implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was very informative. Thank you so much, Mr. Kanjera. I'm going to be continuing with the focus on practical blockchain applications, and it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Richmond Dondofema, Senior Researcher within the CSIR Smart Mobility team. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause.
After the end of the session, I won't be asked difficult questions. So don't mind my voice. I was on holiday, and this is my first day at work, so no difficult questions. Yes, I'll take sick leave, okay? So my name is Richmo, and I need to first explain my background so that you understand why I am here. I'm an industrial engineer, and I'm also happy that UJF got industrial engineering. So we are part of the 10,000, eh? Yes. We are part of the 10,000, and I'm also happy I'm also a Mattis, just like you, yes. So fortunately, I'm really happy to be back because I did spend quite a number of years at a university. Then eventually, I had to work with adults. And you see, I'm really happy to be part of you guys, really. Well, when we are students, Prof, we are not adults. We really enjoyed ourselves. We don't consider ourselves as adults. So my focus really, I consider myself as a researcher more than an engineer. My focus really is to understand how technology is transferred, and I think it will speak to some of your questions that you were asking. So I found myself as CSIR working for, they call it smart mobility, but what I do is supply chains and logistics. So that's why I am here. So in terms of my presentation, those are just the contents where I'm going. You see my approach is totally different from you guys who are experts when it comes to blockchain. We, as industrial engineers, we view things a bit differently from the systems perspective and see which technology is more appropriate to be used and to be applied. So in terms of the problem statement, well, I need to use this one because I'm at a university. When you're speaking with government officials, they will look at you and say, problem statement, what does that have to do with us, really? We don't think you're in the right room. So what you can see in this graph is that is the distribution of South Africa commercial agriculture industry, where you see the first one in terms of the number of farms, about 6.5% of the number of farms are large, very large commercial farms. but they account to about 67% of the income, and they employ about 51% of the total employment in agriculture. Then it's followed by medium, small. I think what we need to focus on is mainly on micro and super micro, where you realize that close to 60% of micro and super micro only have, in terms of income, they have less than 10% of the income in agriculture. But this is more than 60% of the participants that are in agriculture. Then in terms of employment, it's slightly below 12%. So that's the reality of South Africa. That's what we have, really. Then when you look at production performance, really, you realize if you look at a small-scale farmer, just next to each other, a small-scale farmer, when it comes to yields, if you look at maize, you would realize he might harvest at max 2 tons of maize, but a large-scale commercial farmer is 6.9 tons, close to 7 tons. So you can see the difference, really. Then when it comes to takeoff ratio, when it comes to livestock, you can see the statistics. And for us, I think the reason why we are here, I'm going to speak about how we found ourselves employing Elima in poultry, is that if you go to a small-scale farmer, they take 42 days, and this is money. You are feeding something that is eating 24/7, 42 days, and you get 2.2 kgs. But a commercial farmer, if you take something like Spiff, in 34 days, they get 1.8 kgs. So you can see how they've maximized production. So then the question to us is, why do we have such discrepancies? Because when you look at it, sometimes it's the same feed, it's the same breeding stock. So the question is, why do we have such discrepancies, really? So what I'm just going to quickly show you is that small-scale farmers have got a lot of problems, really a lot of them. First one is access to markets. Sometimes you are told that whatever that you have produced, that 2-point-something kgs is too big for our market. Because when we buy as consumers, as chickens, you don't actually look at the size of the chicken. Eh? You look at the number of pieces. Yes, you want the drumstick. You don't say, I want the big drumstick. So the market determines how farmers should produce. So you realize sometimes small-scale farmers eventually overfeed, underfeed, and they don't get accepted with these markets. Then there are issues to do with purchasing power. Umagogo just wants 150 kg bag for a finisher. If SPF comes talking about thousands and thousands and tons, and they can negotiate the price, they can tell you that we are putting up, we are going to pay upfront, so you are going to use our money to produce, so we can negotiate a price. Yeah? So they have a lot of problems. They work in resource constraints. Then the other thing that we realize is that they actually don't have the skill. They only have the passion, which is very, very dangerous. When you have the passion and you don't have the skill, sometimes you don't understand. Eventually, you start to blame people that I'm being bewitched, or we are being sabotaged. That's where it ends up eventually, yes. So what we then did, of course, Prof, we have to link it to the SDG. I was happy when you were talking about the SDGs, and I said, yes, I have it in my presentation. 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11, really, we link that. So the opportunity that we see, really, because CSIR is one of research councils instituted by the government, so we are not private, really. We're instituted by government. So some of our mandates, we are supposed to focus on how best can we reduce inequality, boost economy, and the focus here was rural economies, unlock potential, improve food security, enable market access, then transform agriculture. So what we came up was an Elima, which means to farm, you can relate with it, is a next generation farm-to-fork platform for small-scale farmers in South Africa. This is how we did it. We embed technologies, research and data-informed knowledges, best practices, agricultural best practices, and processes into the platform. And what we aim is to radically improve farmers' access to local and international markets. So it's a blockchain-enabled platform, farm-to-fork principles. I've seen, I think Food Lovers now has got farm-to-fork when they advertise it. So that's exactly what we are doing, the farm-to-fork. You need to be able to see where your food is being grown. Who did it? If it is a Malume, you see that it's Malume in KZN, and this is what he was doing when he was growing my food. So what we actually came with was a platform. So the responsibility, our responsibility was to transform all this into something that Magogo can do. That's what we were supposed to do. So if these are the instructions to feed at 9, Magogo will know what exactly she's feeding. But behind that platform, you know, there are these layers that you'll be able, that I'll demonstrate just now. So obviously, the first layer, when you look at it, you've got inputs, production, packaging and processing, distribution channels, which is your normal supply chain layer. Then after that, just below the normal supply chain layer, what we have is the blockchain technology, the issues to do with traceability, audits and certifications. And of course, what we then generate, what we work with at the end of the platform, information analytics, risk profiles, environmental profiles, economic analysis. So you can see where we are inserting our blockchain is to enable production when it comes to poultry production in agriculture. That's where we are inserting our blockchain. And sometimes that's why we find out that most of our products that we are developing become successful because we are bringing this platform with all these new technologies to enable the farmer to do what they have to do. So they don't see it as a burden. They see it as a facilitator, which makes it easy for them to what? To accomplish whatever that they want to accomplish. Of course, this is the value proposition that you are currently, I think I've already mentioned it. I won't go through it. Issues to do, the benefits, traceability, sector-wide supply chain visibility, collaborative power, collaborative planning and consolidation. Looking at the farmer, we are also looking at who consumes whatever the farmer is doing and who facilitates that consumption. So which means the supermarkets and everyone. So what we then generate in this platform is a web of users. I think it was being called chaotic, a web of users that are interconnected and they interact independently. So that's what exactly that we are currently developing. Okay. So in terms of the journey that we have made, of course, we started it in 2021 as an initial concept, and we had to, look for stakeholders and consultants, partners, not consultants, partners to co-develop. We finished the proof of concept in 2023. Then we had to separate the platform itself and the blockchain because we didn't want Magogo to be complicated. So now this is blockchain. So Magogo would understand. We just tell Magogo, when you go at 9 a.m., take the picture of the temperature. Magogos just take the picture of the temperature. The platform reminds Magogo, you also need to take the humidity. Magogo just does that. But what we are simply doing, this is the input into the blockchain, such that wherever where you are sitting, you think that maybe my chicken, well, you guys, you just love the taste because you put a lot of spices. But what I'm saying is, when you realize that probably this chicken doesn't taste nice, probably it had a lot of ammonia, we can trace back and say, look, when Magogo was doing this, this was the humidity, this was the temperature. And this shows that Magogo did everything. So it has nothing to do with the production. Probably it has to do with the cooking skills. Leave Magogo out of this, yes. So that's exactly what we are currently doing and what we are using blockchain technology, that you yourself as a consumer, wherever way you are seated, you can look back and say, this is how my food was grown, really. Okay. So in terms of the technology overview, Julian is the one who's really worried about this. For me, I'm much worried about the front end because this is what Magogo will see. And back end, what is it that I'm getting? What are the statistics? And I use that as feedback for improvement, okay? Well, this is how Elima works. You have the producer, processor, transporter, of course the retailer, you've got the consumer, then you've got third parties that are involved in the application, whatever. So currently it's a mobile app, but third parties can only access it through the desktop. If I try to tell you what it is, I'll really mess it up. Julian will tell you if you want to know more, okay? Then there is a demo that I had asked. I hope it. Should I disconnect it? Okay, still fine.
Other actors along their value chains. So
farming itself is very stressful, so you'll want to have something convenient on your cell phone, monitoring even when you're not around the farm.
the Elima application is part of our end-to-end logistics, in which we are connecting small-scale farmers with the other actors along their value chains. So this includes the material suppliers, raw material suppliers, that include the feed suppliers and the chick providers and those that provide animal veterinary medicine. We are also intending to connect them with the abattoirs and their normal clients, especially small-scale farmers which sell to live markets.
From day old, we monitor the temperatures, feed intake, different feed type that would be used at that particular week or days. And we do check mortalities every morning. We've created a record sheet of every second hour, checking the water reading, the temperature or the mortality. So that helps us to keep track of the overall production until market. When we were doing the recording, it was manual. So with CSIR, we partnered into creating the Elima app, where all the paperwork recording is now in the app, and we feel like it's one of the greatest innovations.
What I find really important is the input that we get from farmers, because those are the end users of the product. And of course, they are not experts when it comes to software development, but they are experts in what they do.
The app itself, it moves with you from the beginning up until to the last chick in the farm, and also tracking on the delivery of certain stock. If they've received, well, you are able to have your workers reporting to you while they're still at the scene, and you get a notification for that. So that makes the business part of agriculture much more efficient. The back and forth discussion with CSIR was to ensure that they are simplifying the app language to better understanding of small-scale farmers, so that even when I'm just selling to an ordinary woman in an area, they are able to just say that out of your 500 stock, this one sells and this one was not looking good.
The most outstanding feature on the application is the opportunity that we have given farmers to monitor the activities remotely. Farmers are not always on the farm. They have to go somewhere to look for feed, to look for funding, attend training workshops. But while they are there, the application gives them an opportunity to assign tasks to whoever is at the farm, and they can monitor if that task is completed. So there is evidence that is attached to each and every task that has been completed. In the application, we also have embedded blockchain technology. And the reason why we have added the blockchain technology is just to add that feature of security, that whatever activity that has been done cannot be tampered with. We also need to demonstrate to potential customers so that they can trace and see the farming practices that has been done whilst growing their food. I think that's when the principle of farm to fork comes into play.
We're looking into having quality going out of the gate first, more than anything else. So we prep our chickens much more to be the quality that brings back our customer and satisfy them.
As part of CSIR mandates, we need also to convert this tech innovation to touch people's lives. And based on the setup and the capabilities that we have in our research group, we are logistics and supply chain experts. And the only way we can have impact is firstly when we target small-scale farmers or small to medium enterprises and see how best can we help them to participate in this value chain so that they can also contribute positively to the economy. In addition, it aligns very well with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where we are using innovation to target hunger, to reduce poverty, and to make sure that we have inclusive growth.
Working with CSIR has led us to have an understanding of both worlds, the technology and the farming world. And I'm glad that when we were interacting on the field, they were very much open up to understand the things that goes into farming.
We are going to expand to pig farmers, dairy farmers, and any farmers that also even deal with cannabis, those high market value chain products. This is where we see Elima going.
I'm happy for CSIR for taking an opportunity to look into young farmers in the industry, especially in the hottest region in the country. But we're looking forward to having this thing roll out to more farmers. It's a very good app, very, very efficient, like simple to use and understand. So it's all thanks to CSIR and all the partners.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richmond. I'm not going to take questions now. I have my own question. But I'm not going to ask it because Mr. Glenn is going to say I'm being paid. So let's leave it. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the Elima app is very interesting. I was having a short conversation with someone about counterfeit medication. And yeah, it's sort of unrelated, but it is so nice to know that you can see how production works from the breeding of, I think it would be nice for all of our products because I think initially, I don't know, for those people who do drink medication, Panado used to work almost immediately. Now it takes 2 hours before that headache leaves. So I'm not saying it's counterfeit, I'm not saying that, but yeah, or it doesn't work at all. I'm not saying it's counterfeit, don't go and quote me, Dima didn't say that, but I don't know. Anyway, I've got some good news. It's a little bit of a break. We're going to a break now. But because I promised we would be out of here 2 hours earlier, I need you to guarantee me that in 10 minutes you'll be back and seated. So it's light refreshments, you're quick about your business, and then we're back here, right, to continue so that we can finish. It's my commitment to you. But I need you, so hold on. I need you back here by 11:40, let's say 47, okay? You can clap for me, I mean, 11:47, right? Thank you. everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Can we continue? Can I give you 30 seconds to settle down? The noise at the door. Welcome back, everyone. We had agreed for 11:47. It's like 13 minutes into my time. So that means I can take 13 minutes later, right? It's just girl math, right? Anyway, we're going to move directly into our next speaker. I hope everyone is okay. I can see so many people are still chewing, which is fair. That's fine. We're going to go into our next speaker. Our next speaker, she's also joining us virtually, right? Is Ms. Genevieve. Guys, clap for me, please. It's such a complicated name. Olivia, Chief Executive Officer of AgriLayer.
Everybody, I so wish I was with you guys. I had it on the plan, but other plans kept me, unfortunately, in Accra. Unfortunately, I am hoping a lot of it will be also very important and useful for us in the work that we want to do in Africa. So I'm going to tell you a little short story so that we can be able to hopefully gain some time back on the project that I ran in Haiti. This was a project which was commissioned by the World Bank with the government of Haiti, and it was rather successful. Also, there was a lot of lessons learned.
Hi, Genevieve.
Yes.
I will have to interject a bit and have our sound guys fix the sound meanwhile. If you can just wait a bit before we continue.
Could you repeat? Sorry.
I was saying I'm going to interject and ask you to please wait for our tech guys to fix the sound because there's a bit of a... I'm not sure it's okay. It's better now. It's okay now. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah, from my side it's better because I was having a hard time hearing you. Are you guys able to hear me now?
Yes, you sound much better now. Thank you so much.
I apologize. The internet sometimes plays with us. Let's pray and hope it stays on. So, yes, I'm going to be talking to you guys about the project that I did in Haiti. And I stopped, unfortunately, when we lost our president. The president was killed, and that made risk. Many of you are probably aware of the fact that Haiti right now is in a state of emergency. So nothing really moves easily because of gang. But it was at the time, we still had the gangs, but they hadn't gotten to this level. So the project has been put on hold in terms of Haiti, but that also gave me time to go back and start researching what went right, what went wrong, and I will speak more about this in the panel and also where we're taking this. So if you guys are not aware of Haiti, it was the first island that Christopher Columbus came to when he was looking for India, when he lost way from Portugal. It is beautiful, it is tropical, and it is full of history. We call it Haiti Chérie, which is my darling. And there is a song which says, there is no more beautiful place than Haiti. In terms of history, I mean, we abound in history. This is Citadelle La Ferrière, which is on top of the mountain and has I would say almost a 360 view of all the waterways. And it was built by Christophe, which was the president. He was not actually the president, he was the king of Haiti. So when we look at shows like I forgot the name, just escaped me, about black aristocracy, we had it in Haiti, and this was about 17. It started about 1804. We had the independence, so this was about probably 1850. And he built this castle where they basically put everything up, and it still stands. It has things in there that you will never see in other parts of the world, such as cannon from France, England, and Spain. And it was a full city. Now, unfortunately, as I spoke about, Haiti today is aflame, has a lot of challenges, and this is really about how do we get things back in. And that social breakdown is also exacerbated by economic realities, which is access to money and access to fund. And ideally, when you have economic realities such as that there, it's not to say that the banks are not functioning, the banks are functioning, but there isn't work or there isn't clarity as to when the money is going to come in. Mostly now, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware, it's going to be a very interesting, tumultuous time for Haiti, since the United States has just recently enacted something which was the removal of the temporary protected status for Haitian citizens. TPS was enacted in 2006, about 25, 30 years ago, when we had the first earthquake. Then there were more people who were brought in when we had floods. And in the last 4 years, 6 years with President Biden, there was also an extension to allow people to come in for a certain time, gain skills, and with that one, they were supposed to go back. But however, the security issue in Haiti creates that there is no job, there's no ability. People can spend 10 days where they can't leave their house. The challenge of the Haitian community also is that you need not be rich. You just need not to be in the street to be kidnapped. So all of that is creating a situation where we have a broken economy. Even though the good still relies, the inflationary aspect of it, or the inflationary aspect of the economy. Did I lose? My apologies. Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Go back. It's kind of some of the stuff that we learn in blockchain also. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work the way we expect it. And we just keep going. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Genevieve.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so in terms of the economics realities, going back to economy, what you need to be able to do is not only at times sell within your country, but you need to have trade. And trade is really what is going to actually create more incentive for people to work. And if people are stuck at home for 20 days without being able to go out in the street because they risk getting kidnapped, and as I was saying, you don't need to be rich. The kidnappers basically figure out what can your family pay, and they use that as a mechanism. And this is something which is still happening. Now, in terms of the challenges, I believe the speaker before myself talked about some of the challenges with smallholder farmers. Now, one of the things that we did was we actually looked, and this is why normally I don't like to talk about supply chain. I like to talk about what I call value chain. And this is something which I think is very important for Africa. Many a time we're concentrating at the local level, and that makes absolute sense. But what we also have to do is we have to look at what is needed to retain value closer. And then the other challenge that I have is what we did with our blockchain, it wasn't just a track and trace of the goods, it was also a track and trace of the value. Because as something gets further from the farm gate, it gains more value, it has more transformation, which at the end means that the consumer is going to be paying more. So how do we retain that value locally? So I do know that with South Africa, you guys have already a lot of factories. So when you have the fish or the meat, you're packaging it before sending it to the US. So you're creating job locally. In many other places, such as in the cocoa industry, or even in the cashew industry in Côte d'Ivoire, what will happen is the cashew is collected, put on a boat, and then transformed in Vietnam, and then sold to the rest of the world. So we're not even going to talk about climate actions that this creates in terms of the carbon footprint, but it's more also that we're not growing the value of the goods to where the higher price is retained locally. So for Africa, there is an opportunity to really look, how can we, instead of sending it to Europe or to Vietnam or to the US to be processed, have those processing plants here. So where I've been looking at is how do we bring in that financial aspect. It can be from working with funds. It can be working with the creating better processing facilities, because that also benefits the farmer in some ways. Because this is what we were able to show with the Haitian project, was that by keeping the product locally and doing as much about it locally, you actually also shifted the product to where the ownership was still with the farmer. They didn't need to know. But by the time all the processes got done, it was people who are now service providers to them rather than buying from them. So you remove that stress of the financial, you actually funded the operation, and at the end, what we saw is a farmer went from about 2% of the revenue of the fruit to nearly 68%. So there was an uplift of 750% in their income. Challenge of these things, though, is, however, you have a time technical illiteracy. You don't have access all the time to internet. And you could also, the other piece was that in order to make people compliant, and this is my challenge to most blockchain, is you have to have the flow of fund dictated, not need to be done in. So we didn't have a token. We tokenized the value as we went, understood losses along the way, but we're also able to defray by getting more things to market. And with the data, we were able to reduce the waste by about 74% and increase export by 48%. So everybody knew what they needed to do, everybody had a job to do, and everyone got paid based on what they did in the system. Because this project was with the World Bank and the government of Haiti, we had their support in terms of the money flow, being able to demonstrate to them also the money flow. And the other aspect was that this allowed for even the higher amounts that came in to be defrayed. So with $40,000 in an account, we were able to do 6 missions. And at the end, we were able to actually bring back 750% more to the farmers. Now, the key was to understand all the aspects of the value chain and rewarding everyone in the value chain or putting them in a de-risk mechanism whereby the person who normally used to buy the mangoes from the farmer no longer bought the mangoes. He picked up the mangoes, made sure they were the right one, and the farmer had to know, hey, you give bad ones, that means you get less money. So make sure you have proper products that you're delivering. And at the end, no one actually decreased their amount. So one of the myths I want to debunk is that blockchain technology does not take away, quote unquote, middle people. It rehabilitates them to where their risk factor is now lessened, which then allows them to become more of a service provider rather than a risk taker. Obviously, some of the farmers didn't have smartphones. So we were able to prove you don't need a smartphone, you need an SMS, or if they can't read, it can be read for them. And the other aspect is that you do need to have the people on the field who understand, who are actually working with the farmers to help them get to the right outcomes. Now, the mechanics is very much like what we found. It was like, it wasn't one application. It felt more like 6 applications because each person had different things they wanted and different way of calling the data. The farmer was counting by pieces, the exporter was counting by dozen, and the importer was looking at weight. So all of those things needed to be translated. So it really showed that one of the biggest roles for blockchain is really to be a data. Now, when I built it on what was available in terms of a DLT. And so sometime I think Professor Horst actually talked about, what are we looking at? Is it a permission? Is it public? I think the key to the system is that we need to decouple permission versus unpermission to be more about privacy versus lack of privacy. There are certain data which should be open, like how many tons, not how many mango did one farmer do, but how many tons of mango did Haiti export and where did it go? That's public information. How many mango a producer did and how much money he got is a different thing. And where we need to do is to protect that person so that the arbitrage that we know always happen is not going to be something that takes him out. Now, in terms of what is very, very important is community buy-in. We sometimes think it's just the farmer, but it's not only the farmer, it's those who are buying in the community. And one of the challenges that I thought was really well put out was the poultry challenge. You want to know where your food come from. And actually, I think it's more than about us individuals. We live today in a world where finances are very difficult because of the global uncertainty and the rising, with what's happening in Hormuz, that means price of gas is going up, which means price of food goes up. And when we go to the supermarket, we want to pay the least amount possible. But I think something which is more important is we want to be able to go to the supermarket and know we're going to find the food. We are going to want to go to the supermarket and know that the food that we're getting is safe. So early on, somebody talked about being able to test from one place to the other. And I think this is something that blockchain can give. Now, that doesn't mean that when I'm buying that food that I want to see that it was tested, the result of the testing, but I want to know that it's tested. The other challenge is, and I think this is something where there's a very big opportunity for Africa, is guess what, guys? The UK, 60% of their food is imported. Now, quite a bit of it comes in from Africa via the Netherlands. In the US, a city like Miami does not grow any of the food that its population consumes. And I would suggest probably the US had about 40%, if not more, of food imports. We are entering a new world, in my view, where cybersecurity is something we're talking about quite a bit. I think that every nation needs to now start thinking of food as a matter of national security. So which means, how do you assure that the data that you're receiving is the right data? So I believe that using blockchain, distributed ledger technology is going to be the key in ensuring that this information is correct and that there has not been any tampering in between. I do realize a lot of people are talking about AI, but I said 2 days ago, somebody was talking about, oh, AI can be used with blockchain. I'm like, okay, so you're getting it on AI, you're getting data on database on AI, and you're taking that and you're now putting it on a blockchain. What about the dog in the middle? How do we know somebody didn't change the data? So in ways, we have to become more vigilant to be able to bring these kind of things to scale, because as we move our food, if there is an instance, last week actually, there is a company which I'm going to be interesting to see how well they do, who had to recall every lettuce import that they did from Mexico because it had an agent in there which was causing people to be sick. So these are millions of dollars because it was actually the lettuce which was used in Taco Bell, which is a very popular taco chain around the US. Now, if we think about those disturbances, if we were to have an agent come in, how would we deal with it? And my learning is also, if we're not compensating our farmers fairly, who's to stop them from being tempted or coerced by a bad agent to do something to our food? So it's not only necessary to make sure that we know where our food is coming from, but it is now really talking, because I believe one of the questions was, how do we speak to government? Governments have to be assured that people have enough to eat, that the food that they eat is not going to make them sick, and that they know that they're not getting any negative action coming in through their shore. So really, this is not about changing how we consume our food, because in some places in the world, we still have to go to the marketplace. But it's making sure that those individuals are well compensated, and also that we continue to be healthy. In my mind, we're entering a new order of how things are done and how we consume or move our food. And I would say in the last 6 years, there's been a lot of improvement in the technology. I actually do love when there is a downturn in the crypto world because that allows people to now start really building the technology and making it necessary. So we're hearing a lot of complexity, which before a lot of the project were not as complex. It was, I'm just doing A. So mine was a bit complex because I was doing mangoes from Haiti to the US, but I was also paying and I was keeping track of how much. Now, what I want to do is I want to be able to also look at the circular economy. How is it affecting the food intake? And that is something that I think, thanks to the new technologies that are available, we can actually do at scale without costing too much. So thank you very much, and I look forward to getting your questions once I at the panel. Thank you.
A round of applause for Genevieve. Thank you. Thank you so much, Genevieve. We're going to move right into the question and answer session. Do you have any questions? Oh, a few. Can I have a moderator?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for that presentation. I just wanted to ask a clarification question. When you were speaking about the value chain, I wanted to ask what you mean by risk takers becoming service providers. I didn't really understand the context you meant in terms of risk takers as well as the transformation that happens for them to become service providers. Thank you.
Sure. So if you think about it, what usually happens is somebody comes to the farmer and says, I'm going to buy this from you. And what they do is they take the goods and they go and they sell it up or they transform it. As a result, the farmer may get what we found is globally 2% of the total value, which will not even go to the retail customer, but going to the wholesale customer. Mostly if it's getting, and it doesn't need to be, so it's not as high when you have a local. So I'm going to use, let's say the mango, what we found with the mango. A Haitian mango, a farmer was getting at best 3 cents, at best, or less for his mango. That same one mango sold on the shelves of the US for $5. Then when you went back, you found out that there was somebody who sold it to the supermarket. They paid $4. Then that person obviously bought it from someone who had to pay the cost of transportation and everything else. But that cost of transportation didn't equal to that 5,000% increase from the local. Now, many a time, I'm going to bring it now into the cashew nuts in Côte d'Ivoire so you can understand in the African context. So the Côte d'Ivoire farmer may get $1 a ton. That is then taken to for transformation into Vietnam. And in Vietnam, it's about $6 a ton. You could say, okay, there was cost for transportation. Now, if that $6 is being given to Vietnam, why can't that $6 be also given to a producer or company in Ivory Coast? But that company, if they buy it, what is happening is they're still buying it for pennies, for $1 a ton from the farmer and making 5x or maybe even sometime 20x. So how can we actually have systems working in tandem so that that company who's buying no longer has a 40% waste, because the farmer knows that I'm not going to get my true value. So how do I make more? It's by giving some stuff which are junk. So that's how you de-risk. And also from a territory, a sovereign nation, you're now creating job locally, you're creating knowledge locally, and you are actually getting that influx of trade money directly into you. I hope that helped.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you so much, Genevieve. I did see a couple more hands. I am going to end it here because I made a promise to you, right? And I want to keep my promise. So thank you so much for that, Genevieve. We're going to end the question and answer session here. And I think your insights are so valuable. Because you highlighted the prospect that blockchain has and carries in creating, a fairer and more inclusive value chains that increase farmers' income and strengthen communities. So I think it's such an important point to raise. I think let's just give her a hand so that we can move swiftly into. Thank you. We value that so much. If you do have more questions, you are more than welcome to write them down. We will get them across and we will get them answered for you. Ne? So we're going to move to our final speaker before we have our panel. I know you're excited to hear that. So yeah, our next speaker is Mr. Anzil Adams, who's also joining us virtually. He's the CEO of Data Ledger. He will be speaking on the Data Ledger and Wine Ledger. So let us put our hands together for Mr. Anzil. We're ready when you are.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Bonolo, if you can just put that slide on for me, please. And then just let me know if everybody sees it. Whilst he's busy, Madam Program Administrator, Prof. Nulu, Bonolo, thank you. UJ, thank you for this invitation. It's great to learn again new things from everybody. Some interesting and very great speakers. Julian, it's good to see you. Good to hear you. Good to see that you're doing some interesting stuff at the CSIR. I met Julian a few years ago when he was still studying at UCT. We've done some interesting work with the CSIR about 3-4 years ago when we, under the ILIMA project of them, developed the first proof of concept to digitalize the Moringa supply chain. That was some very interesting learning. I have made a note of the projects that I've been involved with since I started Data Ledger in 2019. When Data Ledger was started in 2019, it was probably the first blockchain design and development company in South Africa, and probably one of the first on the African continent. And I was very fortunate at the time to have been able to procure the blockchain research of Queensland University of Technology in Australia. And they were building a track and trace solution to track and trace beef out of Australia into China. Now, what happens in China is that the Chinese would take a T-bone steak. They would take the prime beef meat out, and they would put cat and dog meat in there, sometimes rat meat in there. And they would copy the brand as it is. And you can imagine that when it gets to this 5-star restaurants and it's discovered that they're actually eating dog meat and not premium Australian beef, that the brand value gets destroyed overnight. So that was an interesting opportunity for us to look at. We've worked on wine, the halal supply chain. I'm looking through this. I've worked on coffee with probably the world's premier agri supply chain blockchain solution called Egg Unity. I've worked on the mining sector with a company out of Switzerland called Mine Spider. We tracked and traced rare earth metals for electrical vehicle battery production in Europe. That was interesting. One of the interesting stuff I'm working on now is on developing solutions for preventative healthcare in South Africa and to understand how blockchain and AI can actually redesign healthcare in South Africa. That's interesting. Did some stuff on smallholder farmers, supply chain commercialization, and signed MOUs with Food Lovers Market. That was an interesting project. And yeah, I'm currently busy with PhD research on addressing agentic inequality. And the idea is to actually use lived experiences of communities or marginalized communities in South Africa so that they can understand how to deploy AI as an economic, socioeconomic catalyst. So that's sort of, in a nutshell, a little bit of my background. But, having the graveyard slots, and having listened to some fantastic presentations on the technology, I suppose my job is to turn this conference on its head and come in with something completely new, because my objective in this space is no longer to sell the technology, but to rather sell the problem I'm solving, right? So the focus for this next 10 minutes is to engage you at a level where we begin to think about, what a future South African economy can look like and why it is necessary, right? If you consider that between 75 and 85% of technology solutions fail globally, there's one reason why it does so, is that, it does not actually take in consideration the complexity of the real world where it's supposed to be deployed and adopted. So when you think about blockchain and you think about AI, it's important to understand that in the beginning of this fourth industrial revolution, people like Mark Zuckerberg, people like the Google owners, the Apple guys, NVIDIA guys, there's about 6 of these companies that control all the algorithms in the world. And so when you go onto Facebook every day, when you go onto Instagram every day, you basically give your data to these people for free. And what they then do is they design algorithms, and these algorithms then provide you with adverts and all kinds of information that, Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and all these guys are being paid for, but we're giving our data away free of charge. And from a future South African economy perspective, we need to investigate how we're going to actually prevent that from happening and how, we can solve the poverty, unemployment, inequality nexus that's so divisive at the moment in South Africa. So let me start with a statement, and then I'm going to back it up with my understanding of blockchain and AI. Transformation in South Africa cannot work, and it will never work. You cannot transform a failing apartheid designed economy into something that's going to be sustainable for a future South Africa. And if you look at this provenance flow, provenance is about origin, it's about data. I want you to see 2 things in this slide. The one is the physical world, the world where you see the trucks in. That's the analogous world, and on top of that, that's the digital world. And in South Africa, I want to superimpose on that too. The reality of the South African economy is that there are 2 economies that Thabo Mbeki raised the first time in the early 90s that are running parallel to one another, almost like this image is showing you. The one is the formal economy, which is typically white-owned, JSE listed companies are on there, highly skilled people, very globalized. And it's the economy the ANC has been trying to transform the last 30 years with very, very little success, because you cannot transform a failing apartheid design economy into something successful. Next to it is the informal economy. The majority of South Africans live there, black, unskilled, unbanked, underbanked, very inclusive, huge amounts of cash. If you consider that the South African government pays every year over 650 billion rand of SASSA grants into that economy, and that a sizable amount of that money is actually expatriated through foreign nationals into the African continent. So those are the realities. So what must the future South African economy look like, and how can blockchain and AI actually drive that? So future South African economy must be the integration of the formal and informal economies, so that using digital tools like AI and blockchain, so that a future digital economy can emerge out of that. And with that digital economy is going to come new skill sets, new understanding, new know-how for our people to begin to compete for the amounts of cash that's so abundant in our societies. Now, let me give you an example of what Provenance Flow can do in how supply chains or value chains can actually teach us how this future digital economy can look like. Imagine, and we're doing a project in the Eastern Cape. There's a little bit of background music, a sound that I'm hearing, but can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? So, Beef Ledger is an interesting project, and we're running a simulation in Queenstown in the Eastern Cape, right? Imagine you have a white farmer. Now, this is the idea of what the integration of the formal and informal economies can look like, so that there's large amounts of wealth created throughout the informal sector through an integrated economy that I was referring to earlier. Imagine you have in the Eastern Cape in Queenstown, you have a white farmer that's been farming for 3 or 4 generations, right? When an animal is born on day 1, that animal weighs 100 kilograms and it's worth 1,000 rand. That farmer then farms that animal for 30 months, and by month 30, that animal is worth 30,000 rand. But the challenge that that farmer has is that farmer continues to spend money for 30 months. There's no income for this farmer for 30 months. But around him, there is townships, scattered townships all over, where people have cash. They are underbanked. They sleep with their money in their houses, under their beds, but they've got cash. Now, what the blockchain does is on day 1 is it creates a digital twin of that animal. It says this animal has this digital identity. It's worth 1,000 rand. It weighs 100 kilograms. And what we can enable to do with that digital twin is we can fractionalize it in 10 parts. So let's imagine we can fractionalize an animal in 10 parts, and stakeholders in the informal economy are allowed to actually purchase a portion of that animal. Now, what the blockchain does is it tracks and traces verified data on the growth and value add of that animal over a period of time. So at any particular time in an animal's growth, an AI algorithm that we've designed can actually go in, analyze the information, and give that information back to the person who spent the $100. Now, when that animal goes by month 30, and the animal that's ready for slaughter and is worth 30,000 rand, theoretically, that 100 rand has grown in value over a period of time, 30 months, into potentially 3,000 rand. Now, if you take 100 rand and you put it in any bank, Capitec, First National Bank, you'd be lucky if you get to 175 rand after you have invested it. Can you hear me? You'd be lucky if your value is, 175 bucks. But with this system and the growth that's monitored over 30 months, your 100 rand could potentially be worth 3,000 rand. Now, that's a substantial amount of value add that can be monitored on the blockchain, integrated with AI, and all kinds of financial projections can be done. So if a township entrepreneur, a township stakeholder, invests in 1,000 of these cows that are all listed on the blockchain system, you can imagine what a future integrated South African economy, in a very simplistic way that I've explained, can look like. So our objective with blockchain is no longer only to focus on, what the design or the development of that may look like, but specifically to understand what the feasible design of these blockchain solutions may look like, so that we can design and work towards an emergent digital economy in South Africa, where formal and informal economies are integrated to create this kind of value I'm talking about. The same thing with banking. Imagine that this future digital economy is a peer-to-peer economy where people actually exchange value on the blockchain. They're buying stuff on the blockchain without having to go through a third party like a bank. You know that bank cost is substantially high in this country. If you consider that Capitec Bank has 26 million second economy stakeholders, they made known their results a few months ago. It was the most valuable JSE stock price. And all of the clients, 26 million of them, are in the informal sector. And all that the informal stakeholder does is it banks with Capitec, but doesn't see the benefit that the shareholders of Capitec make in Stellenbosch. They become billionaires, and all our people are doing is they're banking with them. They're charging them bank costs, they're charging them all kinds of stuff. But the people who bank with Capitec Bank is not seeing any benefit of it. The millionaires are the shareholders that owns the bank. The value should be recalculated, reestablished, redesigned. So when we talk about, in the blockchain context, about supply chains or value chains, we no longer actually call it that in my thinking process. We call it smart trade networks, we call it digital trade networks, we call it digital ecosystems. Because what this enables you to do is to track and trace data, not just on the product that flows through it, but on every aspect of the ecosystem that you can map in the process to enhance value for all the stakeholders in that ecosystem. So if you can just go to the next slide, please. Can you hear me? Manola? Hello? Hello? Can you go to the next slide?
I can hear you on Teams.
Just the next slide, Bonolo. So the idea of blockchain, and we've listened to a lot of user case studies now, and you know, I've done quite a bit of this over the last 5 to 8 years, and you know, there's, you know, whether it's wine, whether it's the halal sector, whether it's the mining sector, you know, the question is, you know, how can we integrate the majority of South Africans into this digital ecosystem or this digital economy that's so fast evolving that if you consider the last 1,000 years of technology advancement, is that those who own the factories, though the elite classes, they become more and more wealthier at the expense of the masses. And right at the start of the fourth industrial revolution, we are seeing this and we are observing it everywhere. I mentioned Google, I mentioned Facebook, I mentioned Apple, I mentioned NVIDIA. You know, these guys are the digital, they're the new data colonists. They're the new, class of people that are using our data that we give to them for free and becoming exceptional wealthy. I mentioned Capitec Bank. Another example was Pick n Pay. Pick n Pay, most of you would know, was almost bankrupt a few months ago. They listed Boxer. Boxer is their second economy retailer. Overnight, they raised 8.4 billion rand to take Pick n Pay out of its financial troubles. So the importance of, you know, understanding how digital tools can enable South Africans, or the majority of South Africans, to begin to participate effectively in the future digital economy is what's the essence, for me at least, what we must do and understand about these technologies. So what I was referring to earlier on was these digital ecosystems, these smart trade networks, and what we've developed here in the Cape is a core technology integration framework where we integrate a few technologies from IoT where the data is generated, blockchain where the data is being stored in, AI where the data is being processed, and then ERPs where the data is being administrated and managed to have some strategic advantages. But, and this is the thing that I resonate with the CSIR with earlier, There are 75,000, more or less, white commercial farmers in this country. And there are 2.5 million black smallholder farmers in this country. And Ishmael, he gave a statistic where if you have 2.5 million smallholder farmers and they contribute less than 2% of the GDP that agriculture as a whole contribute to the GDP of the country, then we have a major, major problem. You know, if there are 2.5 million black farmers that can become commercially viable in a manner that they could supply Woolworths, they can supply Checkers, they can supply Food Lovers Market. Food Lovers Market is an interesting challenge where Woolworths and Pick n Pay has 1 to 2% of their turnover attributed to fruit and veg. In the case of Food Lovers Market, it's between 40 and 60%. And when we approached Food Lovers Market, was headquartered here in the Cape, they had only one condition. They said to me, if you can design a blockchain solution where we can track and trace our ESG KPIs in terms of the, from the soil all the way through till by our shelves, we'll buy all the produce from every smallholder all over the country. And we did that, right? We designed something called the Food Co-op. We incorporated into that digital cooperatives of smallholder farmers from everywhere. We worked with a government institution in the Cape called Casidra. We signed an MOU with Food Lovers Market to buy all the produce. And we could demonstrate how we could convert a smallholder supply chain into an ecosystem that tracks and traces data on ESG, but also we could provide data for government when it comes to funding this. When it comes to funding, government funding to supply smallholder farmers and their supply chain. So the idea is that, and this is, after having spent 8 years building these kind of things, I've learned one thing. Don't sell the technology. Only sell the problem you solve. And think about a future South Africa where we could use these technologies by converting supply chains into digital ecosystems to demonstrate how this future South African economy may look like when we actually integrate the formal and informal economies, but not transform the formal economy only, because that's never going to work. So we've got papers, we've got presentations, we've got proof of concepts that I have, that I could have spoken about, but I wanted to use a different angle to demonstrate that it is important to design these technologies with the user in mind, the end user in mind. And that when it comes to the design of feasibility of these systems, that the positioning and the placement of these end users is crucial. Otherwise, the adoption and application rate would continue to be extremely low. In a nutshell, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions. You there?
Thank you, Enzo. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Thank you. You did say that your aim was to take this turn this conference on its head, and I think you did that because we did shift a little bit from, right? I think we can agree, right? So thank you so much for that very, very, very important aspect of blockchain. I think you're bridging an important gap about our economy. It's a very important conversation we're having. So, but because of time constraints, we're going to end. We're not going to go into the question and answer session. And again, you are more than welcome to write your questions. That is why we encourage you guys to join us on our social media platforms or at our office, or take our email addresses, ujblockchain@uj.ac.za. Write all of your questions. We will have them answered. So once again, Ansel, thank you so much. We appreciate you. A round of applause for Ansel. Okay. We're going into the last item of the day before the big lunch. I know you guys are excited, right? So you're going to do me a favor, because this one is a little bit longer than, you're going to stand up a little bit just to stretch. You have to humor me, I know what I'm saying. So stand up, please. Just a second, just for 1 second. Just stretch, breathe in, breathe in. Yeah, I like that stretch, good. Yeah, just 30 seconds, take a breath. No, don't leave, please, don't. That's not what I'm talking about. Just breathe a little, stretch your neck, your arms. Breathe in and out, and I think we're all good to go, right? Are we fine? Or you want a second? Okay. Then I think we can all sit down. Thank you so much for humoring me. We're going into the last session. Okay, just a second so that you can settle down. We're going into the last agenda for the day, and this one is our panel discussion, okay? So it's a little bit lengthy. That's why I did ask you guys to stretch. In today's panel discussion, we're going to be exploring how blockchain is transforming product flow, information flow, and financial infrastructure across the Southern African and African supply chains. So it is my pleasure to welcome my distinguished panelists. The first on the list is Ms. Genevieve Leville, who will be, she's going to be attending virtually. And then Mr. Shadrack Kubiani, who is the tech lead at ePharma. A round of applause for Mr. Following him is Ms. Preeti Kubiani, who is his wife, by the way, and CEO of Coronet Blockchain. You see? Thank you so much. And then the third, also joining us virtually, is Mr. Anzil Adams, CEO of Data Ledger. A round of applause for him. The last is Mr. Blake Player, Chief Commercial Officer at, well, I think he left, right? I did see him leave. Okay, that's okay. And last but not least, round of applause for Ms. Bonolo Moraka, who's the moderator for this session. Thank you. Please, another round of applause as we welcome our panelists. Do you want me to move your chair closer? No, it's fine. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I would love to.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Are we not glad to be here, to be gaining the knowledge and actually knowing what is going on in the industry, right? And I'm very glad to have ePharma with us. So, did I say good morning or did I say good afternoon? Because we've been here. Yes, so a very good afternoon to all those joining us online also. I know we are live also on YouTube, and then there's also other people on Teams. Welcome to today's panel discussion, which will focus on blockchain across South Africa's supply chains. So this discussion forms part of the annual media event that's organized by the South Africa-Switzerland Bilateral Research Chair in Blockchain Technology at the University of Johannesburg. And my name is Bonolo Moraka, for those who missed it, and I will merely be a vessel guiding today's discussion. So to be honest, I'm both excited and I'm also a little worried at the same time because I'm worried because I don't think we have enough time to cover the amount of questions that we have. And I'm also excited because I know there's going to be a lot of learning. So right now on stage we have Mr. Shadrack Kubiani and Mrs. Preeti Kubiani, as Mr. Makazo mentioned. Ms. Preeti Kubiani is the co-founder and tech lead of ePharma app, and then Mr. Shadrack is the co-founder also and CEO of ePharma app. This is, you can find their online home on ePharma.africa. That's EFAMA.africa. If you want more information, there's also a stand outside. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. You can get more information about what ePharma does. Because if I was to take time to speak about their accolades and what they've done, we'll be here until sunset. So without any wasting any further ado, Online, we also have Ansel Adams and Miss Genevieve Leviel, who are joining us. So every panelist on the stage has built something real. It's not on white paper. It's not a proof of concept. It's not sitting on a server somewhere, but a working platform that real farmers, real businesses, and real consumers are using today. I want to start there with what is actually working before we get to what still needs to change. So in one sentence, I will start with the Kubanyas, for eFarmer. I will ask, what problem does your platform solve that nothing else could solve before blockchain existed? This will go for eFarmer, this will go for AgriLedger, and this will also go for Data Ledger. So I will start with eFarmer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So the initial problem we went on to solve, because we were both raised by farmers, well, obviously from different families, was access to market. But we quickly realized that farmer issues are really so layered. Before a buyer can press order, there's onboarding, there's verification, there's a training for farmer readiness, there's digital training to use digital tools. So we've built tools to manage everything that happens before a sales happen and after the sales has happened.
Thank you very much. This was about 2 years ago at the University of Pretoria, where the now Dr. Laurie Dippenaar, as a seasoned banker, was being conferred a PhD. And was asked in a speech to summarize the learnings across his 4 decades, that's 40 years, of a banking career. And you'll see what it has to do with blockchain and our journey. He summarized 40 years only in 4 words. He said when he looks in his rearview mirror, the last 40 years of his life, his journey, his pattern, and him building First Rand Bank, which you know as FNB, and the assets in between. He said only 4 words summarize his journey. Great communicator. He said, innovative ideas, and traditional values. That's it. So what did that have to do with us? Blockchain technology, before its arrival and before its debut or it going mainstream and it ending up in our hands, these villagers that are trying out what blockchain can do for Africa, for farming. Before that, trade was happening. However, because of traditional ideas and innovation meeting traditional ideas, certain things will never go out of fashion. Trust, our dear moderator, is one of those things. Trust is not going out of fashion. So when blockchain arrived, it took us back to our village beginnings, where we both experienced on the Eastern Cape and near the Palapala farm where I grew up, we both experienced bartering. Can I exchange your gift bag for my phone? Is there value there? But I trust you. How do I know you? How do I get the information about what's in the gift bag? That's what happen in a village. So blockchain arrives, eFarmer arrives, just to utilize blockchain to simplify that conversation so that it can happen online, we can take it offline. However, whether from a farm to the fork, or from the farm to your table, or from the farm to your dorm room, whatever data sets and the touch points and the many hands that touch your food, including the food you just ate, we became privy that while we are giving the farmer access to you, we shall honor the age-old principle, thou shalt keep the buyer alive. So blockchain helped us to play that team sport very well, because trust, when trust leaves the room, trade also follows. When trust is not on stage, trade won't be on stage. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So that was what are the problems that eFarmer is currently solving. So if you can move to our virtual guests, Genevieve, can you please let us know what, in one sentence, what AgriLedger solves?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So to me, What I thought more of AgriLedger is it was to prove that the concept could happen, because we started the journey in 2018. And in my point of view, the most important thing and the most easiest thing for everybody to understand is food. Because if you don't have food, you die. That's it. And if you're not eating, you're usually in a coma, which means you're being fed intravenously. So it was about proving that the technology, and as was just told about by the ePharma group, it's about creating trust. We have broken trust now because of the fact that we have greater distance to go. And by taking technology that exists, and it's not just blockchain, it's many things, we can now prove where things come from and who has been participating in it, and making sure that everybody has an equitable distribution for their work.
Thank you. And Anzil, if you can also come through and let us know what problem does Data Ledger serve or help with that before blockchain, there wasn't anything that could solve it.
In a post-COVID market environment, consumers want to know where what they consume originate from. They want to have peace of mind that what they are eating is actually what they are eating. So when we track and trace verified data, we can capture that in on-product gateways in the form of dynamic QR codes. People can scan and they can trace the origin of the project, the product all the way back, to the soil. Another thing that is important, especially for smallholder farmers, is that the verified data on their processes can now be packaged so that they can have, access to better financial products. And lastly, the biggest thing I think that blockchain is achieving, besides all the other stuff we were talking about, is the concept of disintermediation. Taking the middleman out of the equation and putting the smallholder farmer in direct contact with the retailer is one of the biggest challenges that we can overcome. That includes banks as well. So it is about the end consumer having peace of mind, and it is about empowering the smallholder farmer in such a way that they can make more money, and that the focus is more on them than on the middleman, because that's the kind of economy we must begin to eradicate.
Thank you, Anzil. So I can say the keywords from all the answers that our panelists shared is trust and provenance. Provenance builds trust because our consumers will know exactly what they're consuming is coming from. So now moving on, Shadrach, ePharma is connecting smallholder farmers directly to markets, right? What happens to the e-farmers, what happens to the farmers' income rather, and bargaining power when that supply chain becomes transparent and traceable on blockchain?
Thank you so much. Thanks for the question, Bonolo. Before I answer that question, let me send a shout out or acknowledgement to one of our very latest farmers that is in the room, Farmer Zenzile at the front. Thank you. Thank you. We actually spent a day with her at a farm in Soshanguve, where she's looking after a poultry operation, working hard at it since 2015. So in terms of what changes when blockchain arrives, what changes when we arrive and we demystify or bring traceability, two things. The first one is participation, and the second one is inclusion. When it comes to South Africa, we are home to 2.3 million farmers. However, only 40,000 of those actually have a sustained contract with retail market. 40,000 out of 2.3 million. The others are just winging it and farming and hoping that their produce or their livestock will be sold. So the participation is that before we vilify big buyers, the big buyers are not excluding the farming community or the smallholder farmers merely because they are being wicked or they are kind of like being difficult. Sometimes a big buyer, for practical reasons, would rather deal with one big, giant commercial farmer that parks his private jets at Nambo annually, whether Cape Town or Bothaville, rather than deal with 200 or 2,000 smallholder farmers. Way too much admin, way too much costs, and way too much communication. IFAMA comes along, and because we are children of villages, the word aggregation, we read to hear it from university. We always aggregated. We always, something in native language, unkazata, where you come together, you put monies together, and we can buy what's not purchasable if it's Bunolo alone facing that purchase. Or maybe this part of the room might be at OR Tambo, and they realize that all the flights are grounded, and they make a call to Learjet and say, can you send us a private jet? Because we are a bunch of people. You may be surprised, that's how Virgin Airlines started. So aggregation is not just for the airline business. On our application, in our platform, in our infrastructure, we unlock participation by smallholder farmers by enabling this funny thing in blockchain called the peer-to-peer economy. We make it practical. If one order is worth 100 tons and one farmer could not fulfill that minimum order quantity, or in the case of Farmer Zenzile, they don't want 40 chickens, they don't want 400 chickens, they actually want 10,000 chickens every week. Our infrastructure is able to aggregate her. Instead of her being excluded, we are able to aggregate her with other farmers in Soshanguve and in her vicinity, so that that peer-to-peer economy can help them to step up together and through a team sport enabled by the infrastructure to fulfill that order, fulfill the quality spec, fulfill the buyer expectations. And the second part, of course, is financial inclusion. You know, the banking sector can seem like they are hostile towards Farmer Zenzile or the other farmers, because when she comes through, she knows her business, she's been at it since 2015, but most of her data may not be digitized, may not be traceable, may not be locked under lock and key. It may live on her physical ledger, it may live in her head, it may live in file 13 somewhere in the cabinet, on a farm somewhere in between the bushes. Now comes IFAMA, we are able to elevate her banking conversation. She actually needs a bigger poultry farm right now. Now that she's here, I'll utilize that. She needs a bigger poultry farm, she's got a vision, she's talking to a couple of funders. Now that she's been welcomed into IFAMA, we give about 3 months, 6 months, our ledger of truth and our decentralized ledger will give her an elevated conversation with bankers that's no longer hostile, where they say, can you put up collateral? Can you give us property? Can you give us a trust? What's your portfolio? When she doesn't have those due to being previously disadvantaged, our ledger of truth equips her with traceable references, traceable trade. You see, trust and trade and traceability. When she's equipped with that, she pulls up a file, she sits down with the banker and says, I may not have 100-hectare property to live with you as security. However, ask IFAMA, look at this report. These are the volumes I've done in the last 6 months, and it's not IFAMA's word against mine or yours. These are digitally traceable, and they're decentralized. She can tell the banker, you can take this data to the bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that in-depth. And also, you know, this is real life experiences that e-farmer solving. Here is a real farmer that you are seeing that is actually working on this. So that's what we want to see, and that's what we want to hear, and that's why we are here today also. So, Genevieve, I'm going to move to you regarding AgriLedger's mission to shift power towards the farmer, right? So in practical terms, what does that actually look like when a smallholder farmer interacts with your platform for the first time?
It's actually what is done, and this is what I was speaking about. This is not about removing people who are participating in that. We had engineers and also people who would onboard them. So it could be even that it's sorry, the word juice is not enough coffee today. But it could be that it's the co-op which does the upload onboarding. because there are information. So one of the things that I found very interesting with what Ansel and the other team are talking about, the ePharma team are talking about, is the fact that we need to have data on that person. And being able to have the correct data is one of the questions that we need to be able to do to them. We always assume that people have to be in technology, that they have to be interacting with the technology. This is about the technology serving them. So by serving them, we go and we ask them the information, upload it, make sure it is them. So in ways, this is creating their digital presence with their support. And then that allows for the system to provide information to them, which is relevant, such as the goods got sold. This is what you should be doing. These are the tips that you should have. And obviously, at the beginning, they need a lot of support. This is actually a very good job for youth. And in Haiti, we started employing youth to sort of work with them with the technology to sort of enable them and make sense of what they were seeing. And what that allows you to do is to have people who normally would not be able to participate, have technology serve them. So I think that what we always assume, because it's blockchain and everybody has a smartphone. I remember when I came, I hope it's no longer the same, but when I first came to South Africa, I remember people having two devices, one which was a smartphone and one which was what we call a dumb phone. But basically, this is, for me, an issue, because in places they have to go and get that. I don't know about you guys, but my smartphone doesn't last a day of power. So that's not something that is very feasible for a farmer. They don't need it all the time. We send information to them. Registering, do they need to see their information? It could be, because part of the information we're putting is what is the household made up of, how many children. So if there's a change, there's somebody in the community who can work with them to sort of be able to bring that in place. And for me, I think it's very important, mostly when we start thinking about some of the issues that have gone on in terms of people losing their land. Obviously, right now, but not many locations in Africa are prime for hotels and things like that. But that's changing. When we had the tsunami in Thailand, one of the things that happened is farmers who were farming on the beachfront had to evacuate. When they came back, the land was no longer theirs. So part of the data that we were capturing was not only where is this farmer, who is this farmer, but where are they actually doing their tolls. Many a time we know in many, in the US and in Europe, you have very good land registry. In many places in the world, the cadastre is a disaster. So how do you relate somebody to say this is where they have been living, this is where they've been working for the last 30 years, so that what happened in Thailand is a farmer who had been on this land for 30 years came back, and now that land had been sold to a hotel.
Thank you, Genevieve. I think what we are taking from what Shadrach earlier spoke about and what Genevieve is saying, it's the data, and this data will ensure that there's traceability in what these farmers are working on. So now, moving on, Preeti, Coronet blockchain, I now know that it serves as the underlying blockchain infrastructure powering ePharma. As a tech lead, what does it mean in practice to build a trust layer that an agricultural supply chain platform sits on top of?
Thank you so much. So currently we have about over 6,000 buyers. Some of them are big buyers, some of them are small buyers. But all of them, they've got 3 trust issues they actually bring up with us every time we speak with them. First, farmers. They want to know, does this farmer actually exist? Are they qualified or experienced to grow the food they're going to sell to people? Who verify the information? Can we even trust it? Second, they want to know that the farm itself, is it compliant with food handling, how we grow food? Does it have standard operating system? Does it hire minors or undocumented people that actually work there. And lastly is the provenance of the product itself. They want to know like what went into the food. Some of the suppliers we work with, they even go as far as prescribing to tell farmers to say, these are the suppliers you only can get your seed and fertilizers from for your product to qualify to the spec that we are actually looking for. And now if you have like maybe 5 farmers or 10 farmers, you can manage all of that manually. But what happens when you have 10,000 farmers, when you have 100,000 farmers? How do you manage what everybody is actually doing? So that's where the supply chain, the blockchain technology actually comes in, not to replace all the processes or the people, to actually digitize everything and make sure we have one source of truth. From the farmers to the buyers, everything happens in one source of truth when the technology is actually involved. And I think on my side as a tech lead is to always making sure that we could be using the most complicated version of blockchain or the cloud technology. My job is to make sure this thing has to be easy to be used, because farmers are not looking for the latest technology. They are looking to say, I still need to do what I have to do. Farmers need to farm. They can't spend now 80% of their time learning tech, doing administration and everything just because the buyer has got a certain expectation. So using tech, making it seamless to solve the problems that everybody is solving is one of my responsibilities.
I'm not sure if we have a lot of developers in here for us to get a round of applause. Because that just touched on the application being user-friendly to even a non-tech individual, right? So I would like to encourage everyone to please jot down your questions as they come to mind. We will have an opportunity for audience engagement later in the session, and we would also love to hear your thoughts. For those who may have joined us recently, this is the media event organized by the South Africa-Switzerland Bilateral Research Chain Blockchain Technology at the University of Johannesburg, and today we are exploring the role of blockchain in supply chains. We are joined by Genevieve Levele of Agriledger and Anzil Adams of Data Ledger, Shadrach and Priti Kubanye of eFarmer app, and I am Bonolo Moraga, your moderator for today's discussion. So let's continue the discussion. So I'm going to spread the pressure evenly and ask everyone to answer this next coming question, right? So let me just get my life in order. So, who is the hardest person to convince to adopt blockchain? Is it the farmer, is it the buyer, or the regulator? And as I mentioned, this goes for every panelist. We won't get one answer from eFarmer. We want everyone's opinion on this one.
So we haven't had challenges because I love what Enzo said, don't sell blockchain, sell the solution. So people don't have a problem whether they're using AI or blockchain as long as it solves their problem. So for buyers and for farmers, this actually not the hardest to do. I think in terms of regulation, when you have systems that you invested like billions to build and somebody comes in and say, here's a new thing, here's a new way of doing things, like we still have to break even on the thing that we have built in the past. So they have a different problem that they are solving because they're not the ones who are driving at 3 a.m. to Joburg Market only to be told in 5 days that your produce was not sold, so we are destroying it. You're not gonna get any money. Actually give us money so that we can go and destroy it. So they're not sitting with those problems. They're just sitting with say, we've built assets, we're not gonna dispose them for the new thing just because you say it actually works better.
Thank you so much. So 3 things come to mind. The first one is a Porsche. The second one is my late grand, who was a farmer herself, a coffee farmer in the middle of South Africa. And of course, the third one that comes to mind is the money market. What that has to do with the question and who's the hardest to convince. Do you know, I heard about Satoshi, and you probably did as well. I heard about the white paper, I heard about blockchain, crypto, blockchain. But do you know who's the very first ever person that I ever encountered, or rather I spoke with, who said, I am using it. Long before we ended up in blockchain, we were in consulting, and then we were finding our feet in technology. It's actually my late gran, who was in her late 70s. I was trying to send her money, and for her birthday. I said, so Gran, how do we do this one? What do you want? Do you want a cash send? Do you want this? What's most convenient for you? Or shall I just put it in your bank? She said, no. I'm going to send you a long thingy. That's my Bitcoin wallet. And I go like, no. This can't be. I go like, this can't be. Say that again. She said, no. You see what's happening is I will get all of it if you send it through this route. But then I had to later call her after we utilized that route. So she gave us a crash course, you know. She gave Makoti a crash course on how to actually use that wallet. But later we asked her, how did you come about that? Because we didn't associate you with either the crypto movement or blockchain. She said, it's easy. In Africa, most of you guys, she's referring to us, you the youth, you always talk about financial literacy. As though, by the way, before she was in farming, she was a unionist. You speak about financial literacy to educate us, the gogos, us, the grannies. She said, no, you don't have to educate us. If we see value in something, we shall discuss it at the society, we'll discuss it at church, we'll crack the code, we'll figure it out, because there's money behind this lock and key. So financial literacy is every other thing that doesn't help us financially. Maybe it's a nice conversation you can have in Santen while you are eating croissant. But if you're telling us there's money here, we and as goggles will figure it out during our Stokvel conversation. We'll figure this thing out. So the hardest person to convince is if you were to sell blockchain to them. Don't sell blockchain. Solve what keeps the person awake, whether the buyer or the farmer. Pour over what keeps them awake. The same goes with the political innovation that our previous speaker spoke about. They said innovation is political. Do you know when innovation becomes political? If you didn't factor in all the comrades that are involved in that equation. The other comrades are not on the organogram. They are off the organogram. They are leading this organization from behind the scenes, from a whiskey dialogue somewhere. If you don't know they exist and how much power they have on that organogram, they're going to shut you down. So factor out who they are. Visit them and tell them, I'm from UJ, I'm a student, we did this 3D thing here. We're not trying to get your buy-in. We know that we are not priests. We are not asking you whether you are a good person or a bad person. But we know this thing is broken, and part of it being broken, off the record, it feeds you. Part of it remaining broken, you are eating. But don't worry, we ran the numbers. You will eat bigger and better with us if we fix it. And that's how you solve politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shadrach. Anzil, can you also answer from Data Ledger's point of view to say who is the hardest person to convince to adopt blockchain? I understand Preeti and Shadrach have been answering their answers from your point of view, so I'm intrigued to hear what you're going to say.
Yeah, my experience was with formal economy CEOs and middle managers, predominantly white. And the problem with digitalization is that it is often a change management strategy. And when CEOs and middle managers don't understand digitalization, which is astoundingly quite high in industries in the formal economy, they resist it. They don't understand outcomes. They don't understand anything that challenges their understanding of their current role in their organizations, which is why, we got to learn not to sell technology, but to sell the problem we solve and be strategic about that from a change management perspective and how to enable value add in the process. It's also the main reason, why my PhD research is around agentic inequality and understanding that unequal access to AI agents actually sustains the economic divide between the formal and informal economies. And that, my focus has shifted away from corporate to say, well, in the formal economy, resources are dwindling anyway. these businesses will not be able to survive in the next 5 years unless there's a strategy to engage the informal sector. So let's shift blockchain to where the cash is, and let's come up with health solutions, let's come up with agri solutions, let's come up with economic solutions, education solutions that needs AI, blockchain integration, and that minimizes resistance because it's designed and developed in a feasible manner that includes the lived experience of marginalized communities. And so that's been my lesson, and that's what's driving predominantly my research at a PhD level at the moment. Unless, there was an old saying, you either adopt or you die. And, change management, digitalization goes hand in hand. So, it's been a very expensive lesson, but it's a lesson that I think we understand more than anything else.
Thank you, Ansel. Genevieve, can you please take it from here?
Yes, so the first thing is I'm hoping for the day when we no longer talk about the technology. And as Ansel said, it's about the solutions. I do think that, however, because we're still mirrored in the technology and what it may be able to do, one of the key stakeholders that we have to engage, some of them are engaging themselves on their own, is really the government. Because government's role is here to protect to protect the population, to protect in ways. The challenge that we've had is many people hear about blockchain and they hear crypto, they hear Bitcoin, and we have seen the littered street with this, which people losing money. So we have to educate the government so they understand what exactly we're trying to do. And because this is not going, these systems will not be successful unless we have a certain mechanism by which to move money. We are looking at mechanism by which we can also have stable coin. Like when I did the project, what we did was kind of like a stable coin because we were keeping the value that was eventually going to be delivered. Now there is actually a recognition, and I think the movement in Africa is huge when you look at the policies which are coming out in South Africa. Ghana has digital asset, and Kenya just also talked about that. So all these things are probably going to be definitely a mechanism by which we are going to create better flow of money. And for me, foster trade across Africa. And part of the challenge has been how do you get money? The FCAT, and that's not working yet for some reason. And I think with blockchain technology, looking at that financial aspect, we're going to see more adoption. So first thing is let's not talk about the technology the same way I don't talk about SSL and how email flows and da-da-da-da. I just know that the email works because I need to send it to somebody and they received it. So if we can get to that level, where is it actually, what are use cases which is needed? But fundamentally, working with our governments is very important so they understand what actually is being delivered.
Thanks, Genevieve. So one thing that one word that I keep hearing is, the government it just keeps appearing in this conversation. So as it's either appearing as a funder or as a regulator or as a potential user, what is the one thing that government needs to do right now to accelerate blockchain adoption in South African supply chains? And I'm going to ask this to both you, Shadrach, and Preeti.
Thank you kindly. Start with the government. Great question, Bonolo. Who is the government? Or what is the government? Sometimes within an academic context, and marketplace context or business, it's tempting to think that government is the other people. Government is Cape Town and Pretoria, Union Building. We will be at Union Building in 2 weeks. However, before I respond in terms of what government's obligations and what's in the best interest, if government mechanizes what must be mechanized in the right direction for the betterment of all, I need to revisit government. Very coincidentally, our newly welcomed farmer is in the chicken business. You know who was the government when I was growing up? It was not Pretoria. It was not Cape Town. The government was the person who was deciding which piece of chicken is going to be eaten by who. Let's be practical. Maybe some of you did not go through that trauma. But I always get that other piece. Why do I always get that piece nobody wants? Can't this government in this house, how is it always favoring the voters? What about me, the non-voter? What is happening? No. You see, these older ones, they're about to work in Joburg, so they will send money home. So we need to give them the best pieces. So that there is government 101. So before we vilify that other government, we leave to the government in the house. Some of us had to go to therapy, you see, to recover from, why do I always get the head of chicken? What is this thing? Oh, this other wishbone, a bone that doesn't make sense, a bone nobody wants. So now, let me tell you the bone that nobody wants. Before technology, we were in the mining space, consulting. In the mining space, there's something economically, or economists, they call it the mineral curse. You know what's a mineral curse? 101, break it down. The mineral curse is on this stage, existing above so much mineral deposits, but we are as broke as hell, us that live above the mineral deposits. That may be the story of DRC. That may be the story of certain parts of South Africa. The communities that were gifted divinely to exist above minerals, they are so broke and they are going through economic crisis after another. What has to do with the government today? Do you know what's the looming or upcoming crisis right now in South Africa when it comes to this question? 2, AI and talent. We are about to go through in SA or in Africa, we are about to go through either a talent curse or an AI curse. Us as South Africans, if the government doesn't act fast, we will end up with the chicken piece we don't want. So the government better be listening. I know some of them will consume some of the insights from Prof. Namdi's ecosystem. The government has to act fast so that we as Africa and as SSA, we don't just remain the most youthful population on the continent, the most skilled, the most qualified. But when it comes to who decides what we earn, that is decided elsewhere on another continent that I won't mention. When it comes to deciding which tokens or which access is decided for AI, we don't get the AI parts that turn us into consumers, but we need AI tools, blockchain tools that makes us producers. Because if you don't produce, at the dinner table, we'll always get the incorrect chicken piece.
Expensive to acquire this kind of qualification, so I think I'll just stop it there because Shadrach has really covered everything.
Happy wife, happy life, eh?
Bonolo, can I respond?
You can answer.
May I just say firstly, it is not the South African government's role to create jobs. I want you to hear what I'm saying. The South African government, it's not their job to create employment in this country. It is, however, their job to create an enabling environment for job creation. And when you understand that the world is digital, we're in a digital economy, it therefore must become the government's priority to create an enabling environment for the creation of digital jobs. Because the definition, the very definition of viability is the ability to adjust faster than the rate of change in the environment you're operating in. And if the environment we are operating in is digital, and we still think analogous, then we have a problem in this country where our economy will no longer be viable and no longer be sustainable in the next 5 years. So by way of a practical example, and this is for you, Jay, Prof, for you in particular, and Bonono, for you guys to have a look at. There is this thing called LITS, L-I-T-S, South Africa. It stands for Livestock Identification Traceability System. In 2022, Data Ledger with Queen's University of Technology wrote an entire blockchain framework to operationalize and digitalize the livestock identification traceability system in South Africa that will govern an industry that's worth billions and billions of rands annually. We engaged the University of Pretoria, we engaged strategic key players, we wrote a position paper of world quality to explain to government and the industry how to operationalize, digitalize LITS by using blockchain. This is 2022. This is almost 5 years ago. They have not looked at it. They have not come back to us. They haven't understood it. And most of these guys who made the decision was white Afrikaner CEOs, white Afrikaner middle managers, and government officials that had no understanding of what digitalization is. We even addressed it in a way that we could understand how to transform the entire Eastern Cape economy by digitalizing and implementing a digitalized LITS framework to create digital co-ops with cattle farmers in the Eastern Cape, a virtual identity of a feedlot, and an export route that's integrated with an entire halal supply chain, digital supply chain, into the EU. I spent time at the Dubai Blockchain Center. The conversations were all over. The understanding of government to create a digital ecosystem, to create an enabling environment for digitalization lacks. It is telling because the previous AI policy was revoked because they designed it with fake AI references. They're now in the process to rewrite it. How can a South African government, how can a country like South Africa, who dominated the African continent's economy for such a long time, how can it afford the withdrawal of an AI framework, policy framework, because other consultants use fake AI references to write the policy? Where is the actual people? Where are the second economy stakeholders? Where are the universities that advise these people on how to do this? So government's role is not to create jobs. Government's role is to create an enabling environment for sustainable job creation. And sustainability is no longer vested in an apartheid design economy that cannot be transformed to become sustainable. It can no longer sustain us. This economy that can't get jobs, this economy that the trade unions are fighting against, this economy that can't provide jobs for our graduates, has been failing since the mid-80s. It can no longer sustain South Africa. What needs to happen is that we as stakeholders come together and understand what this enabling environment must look like so that the practical experience of digitalization can be executed. Like, for example, let's remember the word livestock identification traceability system. It is the biggest opportunity to demonstrate how blockchain technology can demonstrate the integration of the formal and informal economy to create substantial wealth, extract substantial value, and actually design new jobs that currently does not exist.
Thank you so much, Ansel. I can tell you for free that what you just said was thought-provoking because of the out here.
remember this word, EJ, remember this word, and we've written this document. We've written this document in 2022, a global document on how to digitalize LITS, how to use blockchain to create a digital ecosystem to deploy LITS. LITS is about beck and close here, mouth and foot disease. It's costing the industry billions and billions of rands with thousands of jobs that are being threatened. The industry stakeholders, the white guys, the Afrikaner boys shot this thing down. And this is what you need to understand. You need to understand how to sell the problem you solve and how to take the opportunity away from the established commercial farmers and focus it on the development of 2.5 million smallholder farmers that can irrevocably change the economy in South Africa and take the lessons and deploy it across the African continent.
We can all agree, that there is so much to digest from the conversation that we are having today, and there's only so much little time, So now I'm running a very strict program. I've been asking my panelists questions. Now this is a question that is posed to each one of you in the room. South Africa often looks to Europe or the US for technology benchmarks, right? But Genevieve's work in Haiti and what the CSIR is doing with ILIMA suggests that Africa is actually ahead in some of these applications, right? So does that mean we underestimate what Africa has already built? Do we underestimate what Africa has already built? So that is a question to each one of us right now. But in closing, with my panelists, I'm going to go around with this one to say, if this panel was to reconvene in 5 years, what is the one thing that you hope has changed about how blockchain is used in South African supply chains? And I'm going to start this one with Genevieve. I understand you're not necessarily in the South African terrain, but if this panel was to reconvene in 5 years, what is the one thing that you hope has changed about how blockchain is used in the South African supply chains?
So actually, we didn't talk much about this, but the WTO is actually building a blockchain solution. And if you remember last April, not this year, the year before, there was the whole tariff issue with the US. And what came out was that it was no longer about bilateral trade, but it was about multilateral trade. So I hope in 5 years, we're not talking about the technology, but how the solutions are evolving and what are we able to do and how we're able to uplift. One of the biggest challenges that South Africa and the SACO region had was, if we recall, Lesotho was on top of that list at 50%. Well, the reality was Lesotho was buying equipment via SACO through South Africa to bring. So the trade imbalance that showed on paper was not the real trade imbalance, because once the equipment came in from the US, it stopped in South Africa and it was pushed. So with this technology, we have the ability to understand full life cycle and full movement of goods and services. And that's what I hope in 5 years. We're talking about the improvement that we're able to make with not AI, because for me, AI is not secure. Data that is on chain can be used for AI to help make decisions. So let's push, so what's been talked about a lot is about blockchain and AI is not there. And I hope in 5 years we're really there and we're making a difference.
Thanks, Genevieve. Anzil?
In 5 years, I'll be 65. And over the next 5 years, my sole quest is to understand how the conversion of supply and value chains into digital ecosystems will make us understand how we can integrate the formal and informal economy using digital tools like blockchain and AI to create an emergent digital South African economy that can create sustainable jobs going forward. The only way we are going to address the poverty, unemployment, inequality nexus in South Africa is if we begin to think about problem solving in the now and no longer design policies to resolve the past. I think I've earned the right to say that as a political activist in the 80s. We fought for the Freedom Charter and has been stupendously disappointed in what has happened the last 30 years. But we have to take the insight of what failed, like, for example, transforming a failing apartheid-designed economy that can never create sustainability, and understand how those lessons can inform us in terms of how we can address and solve the complexity in marginalized communities to drive the establishment of a new digital economy going forward. And that's what I'm committing myself to. That's what my doctorate is about. That is what my experience of the last 7-8 years in blockchain space is all about. And that's what I'm gearing for. That's what I'm hoping to see. And hopefully UJ will offer me a lecture job to help you attain this. That's just being funny. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Anzil.
Thank you so much, Manolo. So as the country, we're still solving really basic problems. Before we can even think about launching things into space, we're still battling to feed people. Food is the most basic problem we should have solved by now. And I wish in 5 years we could have solved problems like food security. When one thing about food security, you may think that we're not producing enough food, which is not true in South Africa. We're actually producing enough food to feed everybody. We produce about more than 30 million tons of food. 10 million tons is lost every year. That's enough food to feed like 20 million people. For the whole year, everybody can have 3 meals a day. But tonight, we're going to have 15 million people that live in this country that are going to go to bed without dinner. Not because there's no food, but because the supply chain and the value chain that brings food to the people that need the food the most is broken. Not far from our office, because one may argue to say maybe they can't afford to buy food. Not far from our offices, there's JSE-listed companies that are spending about 50 billion every year on CSI, ESG initiatives. 54% of that 50 billion is spent on food initiatives. But the thing is, everybody is doing their thing there in that side, in silos and everywhere. We even ran a program where we called it the Food Fund, where we brought in a mining company, an NGO, and a farmer to just experiment what would have happened if all these guys were in the same place, where CSI is actually spent on one platform, where then is given to an NGO who then buy directly from the farmer. And the farmer that was involved in that pilot program grew by 300% in revenue. They hired double the staff they were hiring. The NGO moved from feeding 2 meals to 4 meals because now they're buying directly from the farmer. The food is actually cheaper. The entire reports were real time, so the corporate could receive their report without even talking to the NGO. At the end of that pilot, the corporate mining company moved from sponsoring about 20 students to sponsoring 60 students, just because the system was so transparent. Everything was happening in one platform, and now it was not even 100,000 or 1,000 people that were being fed. And exploring how can that actually work when technology can bring people in one place to solve the most basic human right issues like having a meal before you go back to bed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof, for your hospitality. Thank you for your incredible facilitation and keeping those questions coming. Your last question is really a tough one because it's reminding me of two things. It's reminding me of a certain book. I'll recommend it to each of you. Even if you have a look at a glimpse of it online or through talks. There's a certain young man that you may know as Lance Armstrong. He was an endurance cyclist. I think he won Tour de France 10 years in a row. Obviously, at some point, he had his own oopsie-daisy moment, and it turns out that he was cheating and everything. In that process, he actually authored a book. And the book I recommend to each of you is called It's Not About the Bike. So what that has to do with 5 years from now, for us as panelists, for Prof, for each of you, I'll show you what it has to do with each of you in 5 years. Another professor, even though she was acting the role of professor, she featured in a series called How to Get Away with Murder. She said something that I would like to gently put the mic down with or hand it over. You know, she said something not in that show, but she said something in real life on her Instagram feed. She said, hell is the day you pass on from this world. You actually encounter an avatar of yourself walking towards you of the person you were meant to become. And that person is carrying else you were meant to carry, actually carrying assets you were meant to own. That person has checked in everywhere on holidays you were meant to go on. That person knows the family you were supposed to have. That person knows the food security crisis you are meant to solve. So I'm closing with a challenge to the panelists in terms of what do we like to see in 5 years by saying, good people, Judgment Day is coming. It might come sooner than 5 years. Our dear moderator. Judgment Day is when some of you are in undergrad, but in 5 years, you should have gone past honors and you should be asking Prof. Namdi how to fund your PhD. Would you be in that position? Some of you have been thinking about starting businesses, so you can join us there in Sandton. We want to make the circle bigger. Come and join us. Please, you can start at Gandhi Square, but eventually make your way to Sandton. Because Sandton has a funny way. Sandton is not glam. Sandton is not fancy. You know what Sandton does? It accelerates the arrival of Judgment Day. If you and I don't know what we are doing, Sandton will chew and spit you out much quicker than any place on earth. If you can't meet your month-end obligation, this month-end you're gone. Not next year, not 2 years. You go now. You get kicked out now. So those of you that are starting businesses, start the kind of business that will make it easier for Prof. Namdi to recommend you for funding. Don't start a business that is solving a problem in your head. Solve the kind of problems that when 5 years arrives, all of us here, we won't have just to showcase our success, but it will be our success because eventually Judgment Day is coming.
Shadrach was preaching there, right? And, you know, to also lay on what Preeti said, let's try to ensure that we solve the most basic needs. You know, if you're going to live here and you actually have an idea of how to solve a problem that you know, it's a problem that needs to be solved and you need guidance. UJ Blockchain is there. We can be able to assist. And guess what? You will not only be solving that specific problem. South Africa also has a problem of unemployment. You will also be tapping into that. So you will not just be solving one problem. You will hit a couple of bits with just one stone. So that is in closing from our panelists. We have been incredibly fortunate to hear from the 4 people who actually built working solutions. So now I want to open the floor because the questions you're sitting with are probably sharper than anything I have asked. Please keep your questions focused and we will get as many as we can. Before we begin, just a few ground rules to help us get through as many questions as possible. When you ask a question, please introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and then get straight to your question. We ask this simply to ensure that as many people as possible have an opportunity to participate. And if you have suggestions, comments, or would like to congratulate one of the speakers on their work, we encourage you to do so during the networking session after the event, where there will be plenty of time to engage with the panelists directly. So for now, let's focus on questions and let's see how many we can cover in the time that we have remaining. Okay. I just got I got a signal from our MC. We can only take 2 questions. So, and everybody's in sync with that. So, who would like to go first? Okay. I've seen 3 hands and some went down. Is it okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our panelists. My name is Ayanda Mpofu, and I am not a techie. I'm not in any of the sciences. I am actually a lawyer by profession and training. And I wanted to ask, because one of the things that I'm doing now is my PhD, and it is trying to find, thank you, it is in trying to create a governance solution for people within the blockchain space, particularly in supply chain contracts. So my question is essentially, do you think that the law is capable of helping you enhance what it is that you're able to do by creating sufficient enough guardrails for more people to come into the ecosystem and to make the work lighter? Or is what we are doing as lawyers and regulators and academics actually slowing you down?
Thank you so much, our future doctor, our future counsel. Yes, thank you. Before I answer, thanks for the great question. So before I answer, I need to pass on a quick disclaimer. We only have 10 minutes left because we have a flight waiting. So at the end of this question and answers, if you see us rushing in that direction, it's not you, it is us. So please forgive us in advance. And to come to your question, you know, it's an interesting thing that I think the legal fraternity, those in academia, those in practical law application, those in policy, and even those in litigation, I appeal to them through you, because you are the closest to them right now. I appeal to you as a community to try and borrow from the COVID years what we went through as a nation and what we went through as a global economy. It's easy to see things in silos, but when COVID entered the room, there was no more, he's an enemy of so and so. COVID became the common enemy. So right now, as the legal fraternity advances towards the tech sector, the academic world, and every other world in between that are leading at the front lines for the adoption of blockchain, AI, and emerging technologies, approach us to have the real conversations. Then we will give you the real answers that become the raw materials for the framework and the guardrails that you don't only need to build, but we need to pilot. That's the first point. Don't be shy. Don't be shy to offend us. You know, if we're to have these politically correct discussions, if we're to stay with diplomacy, we will never build this nation or rebuild it or restore it. So knock on our doors, reach out to us, start with us, IFAMA. We are here in Sandton. And as certain gentlemen in America said, we are easy to find. So we are here to help co-create with you the guardrails you are envisioning, to hopefully inform them and hard code some practical know-how into them, because Judgment Day is coming.
Okay, the next question.
Okay. Ansel, do you want to add on to that?
I'm actually fascinated by her question because I think the legal profession is going to become obsolete. I think we're not going to have any need for them soon. And, you know, in the blockchain, we talk about smart contracts, where contracts are being automated based on verified data. And, you know, you can now train an AI agent on all kinds of legal cases that can look at a particular smart contract information from multiple angles, from millions of angles, in a split second, to come up with an advisory component that a lawyer possibly, you know, can't do. And if they can do it, will take days and cost a lot of money. So sort of in my, you know, frame of mind, and I've been grappling with this, is whether, you know, the legal profession will still be relevant when it comes to the automation of supply chains. I do think, however, that the transition of the analog to the digital world is an interesting space for them to still be relevant in. And I think that people who study law must increasingly begin to think around what it means to be an entrepreneur, a digital entrepreneur in that space. So it'd be interesting to talk to you about your PhD. It'd be very interesting to sit down with you and walk you through what a digital ecosystem is, and perhaps you can we can exchange information or contact numbers. But I'm of the opinion that there are certain careers that are just in supply chains or digital ecosystems are just going to become less and less relevant as we go forward.
Thank you, Ansel. Unfortunately, in light of time, that would have to do in terms of... Oh, okay. Genevieve, do you have your own vision?
I'm just going to keep it very quickly. I respectfully disagree with Ansel. The realities of it is that I think there are challenges with smart contract, because at the end of the day, the algorithm, we need to understand how society flows. And this is, lawyers don't only create rules, they help us negotiate the rules. What we cannot do is have system, have individual, so the system cannot sit in between. It can give you an idea, but I feel that the lawyers can then look at what is happening, because the law that was, let's just take trade laws from the US. Unfortunately, they haven't been changed since 1925, but they're not relevant today in the world that we live in. And we need lawyers to look at that. And we need lawyers to help us mitigate and negotiate the new rules. Yes, we can take those rules. We don't need as many of them because we can take those rules and put them in system. But as things change, those systems need to be again changed. And I believe myself that they will be more specialized. The same way before everybody was a mathematician, nowadays to be a quant is there's a very small community. So we will see small communities of lawyers, but we will continue to have those roles, in my point of view.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for their time, their teaching, their trailblazing. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and practical experiences with us today. I would also like to thank our audience here in the auditorium and everyone who joined us online. Your engagement, your questions, and participation have made this discussion all more meaningful. On behalf of the South Africa-Switzerland Bilateral Research Chain Blockchain Technology at the University of Johannesburg, thank you for being part of this conversation. We hope today's discussion has provided valuable insights into how blockchain is shaping the future of supply chains in South Africa. And from me, Bonolo Moraga, thank you for your engagement, thank you for your time, thank you for your curiosity. Please join me in giving our panelists a well-rounded, a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For them there, under their chairs. Yes.
Thank you so much, Shadrach. Thank you.
I'm sorry, guys, just 1 minute. I don't want to steal the moment. Another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Bonolo. Thank you. We've reached the end of our program. Somebody says, over. At least you have a little bit of energy left, guys. I told you I'm bringing a gift for one lucky person. Thank you so much for staying to the end. And I just want to say, there's tendency that we'll trivialize your presence. So I just wanted to tell you that there's no event without you. It is very important to us as a center that you stayed to the end. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for you. Thank you. So, to our distinguished guests, our speakers, our keynote speaker, everybody, our panelists, thank you so much. I think you will agree with me that the level of brilliance that was brought to the table, the kind of conversations that we've had, honestly, and we're not paying a cent. So we're not trivializing that. So I think it's important that these conversations continue. Please network with all of them. They have left their details. Network with us. Stay in touch. We have a lot of events, and we don't charge you a cent for them. Okay? So we do want you to be part of us. We like you a lot, and we hope you can stay. Now, for this gift, can I get a drum roll, Nyana? Yeah. Now, I want to know if people were listening. If you were not listening, it's chai. But, so, Prof. Nulu mentioned one of our programs that we're having in November. True or false? Yes. Does anybody know what BASIS stand for? Or BAKIS, right? Does anybody know what it stands for? Hello, hold on. I guess we have. Do you want to try? Yeah? No, ma'am. Do you want to try again?
Here's her hand.
Another one. Hi, guys. A round of applause for Miss. Here you go. So you need to capture this. Oh, we never too. Guys, look at what she's winning, by the way. I know you guys know what Stanley Cups are, right? This is it. And it's branded. Here you go, my darling. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for coming. Oh, you want a picture? Another round of applause for our winner. But honestly, you guys, so if you guys want to win the likes of that, I like the program that is coming back is, can I, just 1 minute? I know it's been long, just 1 minute. So the program that is coming up is on the 16th of November to the 20th. There are a lot of prizes that can be won. There was a group that won 10,000 Rand. Mm-hmm. Yeah, clock that. So I just hope that because you are part of our database, I just hope that when we do share the flyers and details for that you guys will be part of it. We do want you to be part of our ecosystem, and we want you to stay, right? So, another round of applause for you guys. Yeah. Join. All of your questions should be directed to our UJ blockchain at uj.ac.za. We're going to answer all of them. That one I can guarantee you. Please stay in touch. Follow us on all of our social media platforms. If you do not know what we call ourselves, our very important team is there for you guys. So thank you so much, guys, for joining. This is the end. I want to say a special thank you to our host and our director, Prof. Namdi. Guys, hey. You know, there's no event without our host, honestly, and I think we can all attest at how important these things are, right? So from me, Dimakato Shabalala, remember the face. Thank you so much, guys. We do have lunch, as promised. So you're going to go all the way out like this into the glass door, down the stairs. The menu was designed by me, because I know you guys have been here for a long time. You're very deserving of that, so. Yeah, so let's meet down there, please. Let's network. Thank you for coming, and bye. Group picture. Yeah.
can get out of the meeting, Mos. We are done. I can leave, man. Why not? Hukum.